the the circumstances of this talk, we need to go back a little bit in the story of the Buddha's path to awakening. And again, I'm sure some of you are familiar with this, that when he leaves home at 29, he goes in search of a teacher. His first teacher was Alara Kalama, and the Buddha was a very good student. And he, after a fairly short time, he learned everything that Alara Kalama could teach. And in the sutras, it appears that what Alara Kalama was teaching was these concentration practices called jhana, Jhana. We usually translate that as absorption. So there are 8 stages. There's always a list. There's 8 stages of jhana, and the Buddha learned, and Alara Kalama taught the first 7 stages. And the Buddha mastered them. And Alara Kalama, who was getting old, asked the Buddha to become his co-teacher, to join him and take over his community when he passed away. But the experience of the jhanas, the Buddha realized that they were impermanent. And so he was seeking something that would transform him, so that he would no longer, there would no longer be dukkha, there would no longer be suffering. And so he realized that this wasn't the path, that even though what Alara Kalama taught him was valuable, it wasn't really his path. So he left him, and he found another teacher, Udaka Ramaputta, who taught him the 8th jhana. And again, as the sutras tell the story, Udaka Ramaputta asked the Buddha to join him and lead his community. And again, the Buddha said no, that he didn't feel that this was resolving the problems. Like, I can get into this state where there's no suffering, but when the bell rings, I'm back to this ordinary state where I still get triggered. And so then that's when the Buddha sets off on his ascetic practices. And the stories are, graphic and somewhat horrifying. He, starves himself. He does things like tries to hold his breath and just stop breathing. And he says it just felt like my head was being split in 2 by a hatchet, And you can imagine, and that the air would start coming through his ears, like his body wouldn't let him. And of course he was trying to limit food and got down to supposedly one grain of rice a day, and where he says that if he touched his belly, he could feel his spine. He was so skinny, and he couldn't sit upright. He would just fall over, and his skin was turning black. His hair was falling out, and the gods, the devas, were like trying to feed him like with the nectar of the gods, keep him alive, because the gods knew that he was ordained to become the enlightened one, and they're like, no, don't die, come on. No. And during this time, the period of asceticism, he was with 5 other ascetics who viewed him as kind of the leader, their leader, and the one who would probably figure out the path to enlightenment, and then he would teach them. That was their hope. So at a certain point, the Buddha has this moment where he realizes, like, this is not getting me anywhere. And, and from people in recovery, this is very much like hitting bottom. That's the way it resonates for me. He realizes, like, I'm killing myself. This isn't working, And he has a memory of a moment when he was a child, when he was his father had taken him to a plowing ceremony, because his father was the leader of their small, principality. I think of it like uh, Sakyan kingdom. And the Buddha supposedly went to this ceremony, and he kind of wandered off and sat beneath, it says in the sutras, a rose apple tree. I love that. I don't know what that is, but I saw one in Hawaii one time. So it's like, that's a rose apple tree. And he sits under this tree, and he's like 12 years old, and so he's remembering this, right? Like, I was sitting there and I just got into this place of peace. And oddly, one of the like conflicts in terms of the text is that it says that he was in the first jhana of the, but anyway, that aside, he gets into this pleasant state and he realizes that he's been rejecting everything that's comfortable. He's rejecting comfort, but that alone isn't working, and that it's okay to be comfortable if you're not striving for sensual pleasure. And that in this meditative state that he had experienced when he was 12, it was nothing sensual about it. It was just a pleasant state of calm abiding. And it was like he had, at that age, he had sort of intuited something that he didn't realize what it was until this later time on the path. So he decides, I need to take some food. And there's a path, and it's the path of mindfulness. It's how we kind of define it now. And as soon as he takes some food, and it's the story is that there's a shepherdess, Sujata, who offers him like a rice milk, I think it's called, some kind of gruel. So the 5 ascetics who he's with now are like, oh, he's gone soft. He ate something. He's, forget it. He's not going to be the guy. And they leave him. So he's on his own now, and he goes and he gets his strength back. And then at a certain point, he makes his determination. I'm going to sit beneath this tree. Now it's the Bodhi tree, right? I'm going to sit beneath this tree until I conquer suffering, till I conquer death, become enlightened. And that's when then the story of the night of sitting and going through all these stages of awakening. And he realizes, okay, I found it. And again, in the sutras, it says that he had the thought, this is so subtle, nobody's going to understand this. And if I try to teach it, it will just be wearying to me. Because, like when you try to explain something to people that just don't get it, and you're like, and he just was like, nobody's going to get this. I'm just going to enjoy myself because I'm enlightened. Like, what do I need to do, right? And then supposedly a Brahma god read his mind, because as I said, like the devas and the gods have been like following, because he's like the guy who's going to like transform the human race. And the Brahma god hears it and zips down and says to the Buddha, there are some with just a little dust in their eyes. A line that's very, popular in the Buddhist world. A little, and for the benefit of them, out of compassion for them, you should teach. And the Buddha goes, yeah, I think that's right. So then he decides, well, who do I know that has a little dust in their eyes? First people he thinks of are Alara Kalama and Udaka Ramaputta. But because he's now got this psychic power, there's different ways it's portrayed, but he realizes they've died in the interim. So he can't go teach them. So well, who's the next people? Well, the 5, other ascetics, I could go meet them. And so that is the prelude to this sutta.
And the sun with with a little dust in the eye. What is that?
It means they're ready to hear this message. They'll get it. Right, just being blinded, right? So, yeah, good question. No, that's true. Well, that's pretty much sums up Texas in my mind, but what can I say? And I've spent some time in Texas, by the way. Odessa, which,
Well, they said this 40 miles.
and you know what people in Odessa call Odessa? Slow deatha. Yeah. Pretty much sums it up. Thus have I heard. And so this is Ananda, right? You heard this. On one occasion, the Blessed One, so this is how the Buddha is referred to, was dwelling at Varanasi in the deer park at Isipatana. There, the Blessed One addressed the bhikkhus of the group of 5 thus. So, bhikkhus means monks in Pali. So, Bhikkhu Bodhi, who translated all this, keeps that term instead of putting it into English. At this time, these guys were not bhikkhus, so it's interesting because they haven't been ordained as anything. But what has happened is the Buddha has come back, right? He's come back to them and he's found them in the deer park at Isipatana. And as he approaches them, again, the story is as he approaches them, they all try to ignore him. Like, oh, there's that guy, Gautama, who like flaked out on us. But supposedly he's like radiant, he's become fully enlightened and they just can't ignore him. So they prepare a seat for him. And so then they start to, listen to him. So here's how the Buddha starts the teaching. And we call this the teaching on the Four Noble Truths. He starts by saying, bhikkhus, these 2 extremes should not be followed by one who has gone forth into homelessness. So again, reading the suttas, you have to learn how to read. So homelessness in 2025 is considered to be a bad thing. At that time, homelessness was going out to become a wandering ascetic or a monk. And it was a good thing, according to the Buddha, because you shouldn't be attached to a home. And they talk about like home life is dusty and chaotic, and when you go out and you become a monk, you leave all that behind. Life is simple, you're just you and your robes and your bowl. So 2 extremes should not be followed. What 2? The pursuit of sensual happiness and sensual pleasures, which is low, vulgar, the way of worldlings, ignoble, unbeneficial. And the pursuit of self-mortification, which is painful, ignoble, unbeneficial. Without veering toward either of these extremes, the Tathagata has awakened to the middle way, which gives rise to vision, which gives rise to knowledge, which leads to peace, to direct knowledge, to enlightenment, to nibbana. So you're encountering one of the characteristics of the suttas, which is there is a great deal of repetition and redundancy. So there's debates about why does the Buddha say, for instance, the pursuit of sensual happiness is low, vulgar, the way of worldlings, ignoble, unbeneficial. Why not just say one of those things? I'm not going to take a stance except to say that it certainly makes the point, in case you had any doubt and how you want to think about it. So he's introduced, one of the things about the Buddha, the way he taught, was that he was very sensitive to his audience. So we see in the sutras that things are presented in very different ways at different times. So this is the first time he's taught anybody anything. And who is he teaching? These 5 ascetics who believe that starving yourself to death might be a good way to get enlightened, doing these crazy ascetic practices. So he addresses that first. Before he tries to teach them anything more, he's like, no, I want to tell you that I agree with you that pursuing sensual pleasure is not the path. So we're in agreement on that. But I want to tell you that also the pursuit of self-mortification, the starving yourself and treating yourself poorly, is also not the way. Without veering toward either of these extremes, the Tathagata, which is what he calls himself, and talk a little bit about, has awakened to the middle way. And I think probably everybody here is familiar with that term. This is how the Buddhist path is characterized, a middle way between, it's not total asceticism, it's not indulging in sensual pleasure, it's trying to find a middle way. And it's a great reference point for our practice, because meditation, we often find that as a concept is very helpful as a guide to when you're meditating, like don't try too hard, but don't just slack off. So we need a middle way in practice. And it really comes up, in recovery. It comes up in many settings where you realize, oh, there's this tendency to go to extremes. So this is, again, one of the things that I connect to the recovery. And since so many of the people here were here yesterday, I figure a lot of you are, I can talk about recovery without offending people. But the middle way is a great model for recovery as well. Like not trying to control everything, right? There's a letting go implied in that. And so Tathagata is a very strange word that they haven't been able to really determine exactly what it means. But according to some of my teachers, it means something like someone who has thus come and thus gone. It's kind of like I'm neither here nor there. It's hard to pin me down, what I am. Yeah. And so then the final phrase, it gives rise to vision, which gives rise to knowledge, which leads to peace, to direct knowledge, to enlightenment, to nibbana. So this is a formulation that shows up in many, many suttas. This phrasing and variations on it. So vision, like, seeing the truth, knowledge, understanding the truth, peace, knowledge to enlightenment. So he's describing a path. So nibbana is the Pali word for nirvana. And what bhikkhus is that middle way awakened to by the Buddha? And so we have the ellipsis, which means that, which gives rise to vision, which gives rise to knowledge, which leads to peace, right? There's a lot of repetition. And so one of the reasons there's a lot of repetition is because it makes it easy to chant when you have these stock phrases, and it just goes back by and goes through the same list again. But Bhikkhu Bodhi at times lets us off the hook and doesn't force us to read. But this is one of the things that makes it very tricky to read these suttas, because you just get like, what are we? It's just like blah blah blah. And you have to kind of really slow down and get some kind of guidance on how to get through it. So what is that middle way? It is this noble eightfold path. That is right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. This, bhikkhus, is that middle way awakened to by the Tathagata, which gives rise to vision, which gives rise to knowledge, which gives rise to peace, to direct knowledge, to enlightenment, to nibbana. So again, the sutta, it's not even being presented in what you would think is the logical order, because this is the fourth noble truth that he just described. So he's about to go back and go through the four noble truths and start at the first, but he presents the last one first because it's the path, right? So as Bhikkhu Bodhi says, it's like if something has primacy, the four truths or the eightfold path, you have to give it to the eightfold path, because that's the work to be done. But it's also like I'm presenting this to people who've been practicing for a while, and I want to let them know, like, there's a path, here it is. Like, I'm going to get you really interested right away. And now he goes back and he doesn't, we don't get this numerically in the suttas. It's later on. It's, that we now call this the Four Noble Truths. He doesn't call it the Four Noble Truths. Now, this bhikkhus is the noble truth of suffering. This is the first noble truth. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering. Which, people can debate about that. I mean, particularly birth is suffering is a very sort of odd thing. I always think like, wow, that's an interesting thing to start with. But if you've ever given birth or been at a birth, you know that, yeah, it's tough. It's because, in our culture, we think of it like, oh, having children is so beautiful. How can you say that birth is suffering? Have you been at a birth? Anyway, I like the way there's something very like just real about it. Like it's tough. But here's where we get to what I think is more essential to this. Union with what is displeasing is suffering. And this is typical of the complicated language that, and because Bhikkhu Bodhi, he's working with this, dead language, Pali, and trying to put it into English, but he's also trying to be true to the kind of grammar of the language itself. So, we wouldn't normally say union with what is displeasing is suffering. We'd say something like, having to experience something you don't like is suffering. But union with what is displeasing is suffering. Separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. In brief, the five aggregates subject to clinging are suffering. So up to that last phrase, we can kind of follow along, maybe get it, maybe agree, maybe not agree. But the last phrase is something we're going to address in the second sutta today, so I'm not going to get into it right now. The five aggregates subject to clinging are suffering. So I realize, for me, this is just like fun. This is my idea of fun. It might not be your idea of fun. So I don't want to get too bogged down in all of this. So if at any point you're like, can we get on with this? Yeah, you feel, just tell me. Let's just go through the Four Noble Truths a little more quickly now. So the second noble, this is what the way it's characterized here. This bhikkhu is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. So we typically say it's the cause of suffering. Where does suffering come from? It is this craving which leads to renewed existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for extermination. So again, like the language gets very dense and somewhat confusing. The last sentence is the kind of key one. So he's saying that there's three things that create suffering. Trying to get sensual pleasure, chasing that all the time, right? Living in this state of desire. And again, this is like, oh, that's addiction. But then he says craving for existence, which is sort of an odd term. And it probably has something to do with rebirth. Like I want to be born again, but the way we can characterize it in more modern terms is craving for ego or ego gratification, a sense of self. Like, do you know who I am? I exist. I'm happening. And craving for extermination, which is like escape. Like I just want to go to sleep, or give me some heroin, or I want to die. Which that one is like a little odd, but I think if we reflect on it, we can see that there are a lot of things we do. A simple way of thinking of it is like, I just want to turn things off. So really, when we turn on the television, when we just go into the screen or, those kind of activities, it's a way of exterminating. It's like I'm not really awake and aware in that moment. I'm trying to get lost. I'm trying to get out of the world. So we talk about it as escaping, right? Binging on TV and things. Now, this because is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering, how suffering ends, the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving. So when the craving ends, then the suffering ends. That's basically what he's saying. And then now this because is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation. And then so finally we're at the Eightfold Path. We might finish the whole morning without actually going through the Eightfold Path. And then he recites it again, right? So yeah.
Did you say these are the Four Noble Truths? I'm trying to figure out which is which.
So the Four Noble Truths, where it starts, now this bhikkhus is the noble truth of suffering. That's the first noble truth. This bhikkhus is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. That's the second noble truth. This is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. That's the third noble truth. And this is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of suffering. Yeah, thank you. That's a good clarification. So the opening, well, yeah. I mean, so the opening phrase is the name of the noble truth. And then he's defining it, but you can see that the language of it's so, it's not Jack Cornfield, it's not even Thich Nhat Hanh, it's dense and complicated and coded, in a mysterious code that we have to learn. And so it really takes time. That this is the job of Dharma teachers, is to decode for, a present generation, be able to try to put things into idiomatic language that people can follow. And so we can take these four little paragraphs and spend years exploring them and trying to understand them. And I encourage you to do that, to keep this and go back and look at it from time to time and see if there's something else that opens up for you about it. The certain words, all of a sudden you'll notice a word and you'll be like, I really have got into the five aggregates subject to clinging or suffering. Like I've been spending a lot of time on that lately. And I've been writing about it and thinking about it and teaching about it, because it's such a weird turn of phrase, and it just seems like it's stuck on there, and it seems unnecessary in terms of defining suffering. But then I'm like, well, why does he say it? In brief, the five aggregates subject to clinging or suffering. So the rest of the sutta, most of the rest of it, is spent going back over the noble truths and talking about how we should respond to them, what we should do with them. And well, that's the next passage. And then the Buddha describes his own relationship to them. So I want to do this briefly. So there's a verb, and this is very helpful. I first got this from Stephen Batchelor in his book, Buddhism Without Beliefs, a really helpful book, that there's a verb associated with each of the Four Noble Truths. Okay. So if you're going to write something down, this is a good one. The noble truth of suffering, the first noble truth, is to be fully understood. Okay, it's to be understood. Now, that kind of seems vague in a way, but the way I understand that is, don't turn away from suffering. See it, see its truth. So this is, again, very much in harmony with recovery, which is come out of denial about suffering. A lot of people are in denial about suffering. Oh, things are fine. Things are okay. You know, the kind of people you meet, it's like no matter what's going on in your life, you say, how you doing? I'm great.
Or I'm better than I deserve.
Oh, yeah. And it's like, you know, and I've always really appreciated one of the things that really inspired me when I got to AA is people were talking about suffering. Because I've struggled, as I talked a lot about yesterday, you know, and when you go through the world and everybody's like, oh, everything's fine. What are you upset about? What? Just cheer up, you know. It's like, fuck, like really? Like I'm having a hard time. So I loved going to AA and hearing people having a hard time. That was my jam, you know. I didn't want to hear the people, oh, my sobriety, I'm just happy to be sober today. Ah, shut up. First noble truth is to be fully understood. The noble truth of suffering. Okay, blah, 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 blah. He tells about his blah, blah, blah. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Sorry. Okay. And you have to skip down the middle of the next page. This noble truth. Oh, no, that's the cessation. Sorry. Okay, here it is. This noble truth of the origin of suffering is to be abandoned. Do you see that? The second noble truth.
Way down.
Yeah, it's the third paragraph. I know the words just blur together. The noble truth of the origin of suffering is to be abandoned. So what's the origin of suffering?
Leaning.
Right. So you need to let go, in other words, okay? Is to be abandoned. Oh, what is it? It's craving. Here it's a craving for sensual pleasure exists. You need to abandon that. So in more common language, we say let go. All right. So understood the first noble truth, let go of the second noble truth. And if we can go down, this noble truth of the cessation of suffering is to be realized. I can't say much about that. I'll just leave it up there. Okay. And then finally, the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of suffering is to be developed. So, in other words, the Noble Eightfold Path, which is the fourth noble truth, right, is to be developed. And I often use the word cultivated. You know, we have to do the work.
Sorry, what was the verb of the word?
Developed. There is a little bit more to the sutta. Again, I mean, you could go back and there's an entire book. What's his name? Anyway, there's a book that takes that. Apparently, there are like 16 stages. Like there's 4 stages of each of the 4 noble truths. So there's like 16 stages of it if you analyze this in detail. And there's a book on that by a Spirit Rock teacher. I can see his face. I can see the book. It's called Dancing with Life, something like that. Anyway. Yes, Philip Moffat. Thank you. But just for fun, I will point you to the later in the sutta. So after he gives this talk, this first teaching, what is it? He says, he says, until I understood this, look at the very bottom of the page where it says, so long as my knowledge and vision of these, oh, there's the word, the 4 noble truths, as they were not thoroughly purified, I did not claim to have awakened. So saying like, this is the key. This is what It was only when I had experienced this that I claimed to be awakened. At the very bottom of the page. Yeah, where it says I did not claim. And so then, okay, two more things happen here. And so there's 5 listening to him, right? While this discourse was being spoken, this is a paragraph 1846, the first full paragraph that's indented. Then it's the next page. Yeah, yeah. So you should be able to go like this. I had to make sure I copied this properly. While this discourse was being spoken, there arose in the venerable Kandanya, who was one of the monks, the dust-free, stainless vision of the Dharma. Whatever is subject to origination is all subject to cessation. And so Kandanya was the first monk to become enlightened. He was the first person to become enlightened listening to the Buddha's teaching. So a couple things are worthy of mention here. One is that in the suttas, the way people get enlightened most of the time is listening to the Dharma. And that struck, when I heard that idea, it really struck me how we think that the way I need to get enlightened is sitting here and meditating a lot. But really what we see happening is that people are ready to hear these insights, and they hear them with their mind is like ready, and it clicks. And we've all had that experience listening to a Dharma talk and something clicks, right? You're like, wow, I got to remember that. Like something opens up for you. So not to, to really appreciate. So the appropriate way to listen to a Dharma talk is with a meditative mind, a mind that's really open. Like I don't sit around and read suttas all day, because my mind is only ready to read the suttas at certain times of day. For myself as a writer, I'm very clear about what time of day I can write, when my mind is actually sharp and clear. And if I sit down and try to write at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's just going to be junk. It's going to be terrible. I have to write basically between 10 in the morning and I can stretch it to 1, but 10 to 12, that's about it. That's my sweet spot. And so just recognizing like, when I'm listening to the Dharma, when I'm studying the Dharma, I should do it with a mind that's very clear, not just like lie in bed, like you're not really getting anything from it. So, and then what is it? The way Kandanya's enlightenment is described, there arose in him the dust free, so right, the dust in his eyes, right? Stainless vision of the Dhamma, and this is his vision. Whatever is subject to origination is all subject to cessation. Again, the language is like everything is impermanent. Remember, I was talking about that yesterday, how people become enlightened hearing that teaching. So that's what happens with Kandanya. It's not complicated. He doesn't even talk about the Four Noble Truths, right? It's kind of weird, because we just gotten this teaching where the Buddha says the only way I claim to be enlightened is when I realize the Four Noble Truths. And Kandanya's like, everything is impermanent. I got it. So I can't really give you an explanation for that. We can say that the Four Noble Truths imply impermanence, but anyway, so Kandanya is kind of a hero in the Buddhist world because he's the first one. And so then the end of the sutta is this classically mythological thing where it's as the Buddha teaches, all these devas start getting excited. So all these angels, right, they're listening to it. They know about it. They've all been waiting for him to get enlightened so they could hear the teachings. And the earth dwelling Devas raised the cry at Varanasi and the Deer Park at Isipatana, this unsuppressed wheel of the Dharma has been set in motion with the Buddha, which cannot be stopped, blah, 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 blah. Having heard the cry of the earth, well, dwelling Devas, the Devas of the realm of the four great kings raised a cry. And so it's like they're passing the news up. This is like the, the internet of the time, the email of the time. They're sending the message up to the different levels of gods, right? Till it gets to the heavens, the Tusita Devas, and that you list all these different Devas. So what's one of the things that's interesting about these suttas is you go from these very sort of realistic scenes where the Buddha is in this particular place with these particular people, and he says this. And then you have like all these gods like singing and screaming and yelling to each other. Like, wow, they don't really distinguish between what we would call realism and mythology. It's just all blended in there together. And because you realize this is coming from a completely different world, a completely different consciousness. There's no science at that time, right? As we know it, there's no understanding of nature in the ways that we understand it. So, so that just strikes me. So these, these suttas are just, complicated, rich. Some people are going to be like fascinated by them, and some people are going to be like, well, that was cool. Obviously it's not for everybody. And I will say that when I first saw these, I just had no clue. And I wasn't really that interested. I wanted to practice. I wanted to learn basic Buddhist teachings, and it's been 30 years since I first encountered these. And over time, I've become more and more drawn into them, more and more interested in them. And one of my goals has become making them accessible for people. So my book, Living Kindness, is largely an attempt to make teachings on loving kindness out of the suttas accessible for people to be able to read them and get these early Buddhist teachings, somewhat unfiltered, because mostly what we're exposed to is very, modern interpretations, modern readings of things. And that's great and that's useful. But I think it's also helpful to go back and see, well, what do we know the Buddha actually said? And is there something that, maybe my teachers left out? Like there are times when I'm like, wait a minute, it says this? That's not what I understood. And then you'll discover things that seem to be in conflict with each other in the very suttas. You're like, well, it says this here, like the thing about the John. How do I work with it, and try to be, what's my relationship to this? Because there are some people, if you're a monk, it's like this is just, if you've ordained, you're committed to the path, you might be just like, okay, this is just what happened. And because I've said to some of my monastic teachers, like, well, what about all these devas and everything? I mean, that's not real. They're like, well, it shows up everywhere in the suttas in many ways that don't have any real metaphorical or meaning. They're just there. So yeah, I think they're there. And I've met, there was one particular nun I met who said she, when she was a teenager, she would chant to the devas and they would come and listen to her chanting Pali. So I don't know, right? we live in this very scientific world that we take things as there's only one reality. And if I can't see it or encounter it through my senses, then it can't exist. It's interesting to look at that. Well, what are there, because I know that there are things that exist that I can't sense, right? There are smells that my dog can smell that I can't smell. There are sounds that my dog can hear that I can't hear. There are sounds that my daughter can hear that I can't hear, frankly, And so that maybe is a way for me to think, okay, my own perception of reality is limited to my own sensory capability. And does that mean that's the limits of reality? That's a very egotistical view of the world. It's only true what I can see. It can't be, there can't be a such thing as devas because I can't see them. Okay, does that mean X-rays don't exist? No.
Bacteria.
What?
Bacteria.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I see the word Mara, and it reminds me of sort of an evil force.
Right.
At one point, Mara was asked to come to tea, and I thought that was really the Buddha asked Mara to tea, which I thought was really interesting, sort of admitted away, I guess. Instead of just denying the bad, actually related in.
Yeah, I'm not sure that where or if that's actually in the suttas. It's kind of a Tara Brach. I know it from Tara Brach.
Yes.
But yeah, Mara's interesting as a character in the sutras because Mara shows up here? Where does Mara show up? In that list, right? With its Maras and its gods. Right, it's Davis, Mars, and Brahma. So Mara is the kind of the devil of Buddhism, of early Buddhism, the trying to distract the Buddha, trying to distract us. It doesn't want the Buddha to become enlightened because, the same thing like the devil. Everybody to be, caught up in craving and suffering and if the Buddha becomes enlightened, then all these other people are going to become enlightened. He's going to lose power. And yeah, the classic kind of image or line that we see in the sutras is where Mara will come and be like trying to tempt the Buddha, which in and of itself is interesting. But what the Buddha will say is, I see you, Mara. And when the Buddha sees Mara slinks away. So we take this to be kind of the idea that if we apply mindfulness to that energy, that it won't have power over us, that we protect ourselves with our mindfulness. I see you, I see that craving, I'm letting it go. I'm not acting on it. What I add to that little story, though, is also that it implies that the Buddha still had thoughts, unwholesome thoughts or unhelpful thoughts that appeared, but he just wasn't caught by them. They would appear in the mind, but he would immediately let them go. So, which for me is humanizing the Buddha, right? Because there's a lot of times when the Buddha is just depicted as almost godlike, sort of omniscient and perfected. But it's like, yeah, but how come Mara still comes around? Like if we think of Mara as actually something that's inside us rather than an actual being. So You have something, John?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the complexity, figuring all this out, it's easier to say, well, actually, Buddha was a man who figured out the problem about the cessation of suffering.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to believe that that the gods came out of the heavens and that's all just paper.
Mhm.
It's all just people following who have desire to be, celibate guys sitting around in monasteries without having a job to do except talk about things, figure things out for 300 years, come up with a lot of BS.
Yeah. Well-
Simplicity of the simplicity of the story itself is, his own thing said, look, don't do this because I say it, I'm famous, do it because try it, if it works, great, do it.
Yeah,
Don't do it back. A lot of his sutras and the things we talked about, he was trying to avoid being put on that kind of pedestal, being made into a god. And they did it anyway. So a lot of this hidden meaning and all these things don't become a problem. We say, look at the simple story about what the answer to the problem is and so forth. People ask the Buddha, what about God? What about reincarnations? It's interesting topic, not related to the cessation.
yeah.
We're not people.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. This is not what.
So, I mean, that's certainly my orientation, what you're talking about. And I think it's important to recognize that that's coming out of a particular culture that we live in, a belief system that we believe, which is a non-myth, we don't live in a mythic age. But that doesn't mean we're right either, does it? I mean, I understand what you're saying because I agree with it in principle, that's how I live. But I also want to say, like, that's my bias. My bias is toward, putting all this aside, that the Devas and the Brahma gods are like, that's not real. But that's also just as much, that's our mythology. If we're really being honest about the world we're living in and our way of perception, it's very conditioned. We're trained to see things through this scientific and naturalistic lens and believe that.
The Eastern Asian Zen people kind of hear them saying that simplifying view too.
Yeah.
Not just.
Well, yeah, but see that to me is a good reminder as well. If we look at the different schools of Buddhism, each of them has adopted the cultural trappings of their own societies, which we can say have nothing to do with what we think is pure Buddhism. And certainly Westerners there's a sense that we're trying to get to some kind of pure Buddhism, which, I would say doesn't exist because it's always going to be conditioned in some way and through our own lens. So, I agree with you and I want to keep, like Ajahn Amaro is a very well-educated and one of the smartest people I've ever known. When I asked him about the Devas, he was like, I don't know, I'm not, and and I know he's completely he's a believer, right? And so believers are going to believe, right? But I'm not going to I don't like taking a stance, frankly. I don't like taking this is it, this is the way things are, and I'm really like to keep this is what I believe, and that's like my view. This is what I believe, and I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong. I could, this could be the matrix I'm living in, right? This could all be a creation of some other mind.
Makes me think of the
Which step I learned was in 12 steps, recognizing I don't know.
Yeah.
I
exactly.
mean, my recovery was based on, when I try to claim something as the truth, I know I'm in trouble.
And that's the, Zen master Sansanim. There's a group here, the quantum group that is followers of his, and that was his teaching. I sat with him in Cambridge years ago, and when he taught meditation, he said, on the in-breath, you say, clear mind, clear mind. On the out-breath, don't know. Like, oof. That was okay. And I love that. And Stephen Batchelor was a student of his, of Korean Zen. And, the way I take that is also like, if you go through life with a don't know mind, then you're paying very close attention to everything. Because every time most of the things we do are so routine that we're not thinking about them. Because I think that when I stand up and walk across the room and go to the bathroom, I know everything that's going to happen in that. So I don't have to think about it, so I can think about other stuff as we do, right? It's always interesting when all of a sudden you can't walk. That like, oh, now I have to really pay attention to walking, or when the power goes out. Oh, now the switch doesn't work on the light. Oh, the toilet's not flushing. Oh, all right. I mean, I don't know if that's an example of anything, but just the idea of like not taking anything for granted. That's like, don't know mind, right? Yes.
My experience with is that they get entrenched in AA being
Yeah,
the way.
yeah.
That's the only way you're gonna get sober. You gotta do AA.
Yeah.
And we had a newcomer on up in Cooper Springs, and she decided she wanted to do therapy in her church. And at first I'm kind of jumping in there with EGOT, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe that'll work for her.
Yeah.
Who am I can't say what's gonna work for somebody.
Yeah.
That's been a big one for me, because I want to control me and everybody.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what to do because I know what's best for you, so.
Yeah, it's really tricky, isn't it? And I think it's really important to like check our own personality as well, because we can have that personality that's like, oh, whatever, which can be, this is why the middle way is so helpful, because if you're the type of person that's like, oh, whatever, then it's like you see people doing stupid things and you're like, well, maybe that works for them. It's like, you're not going to tell them like, no, that's stupid. Don't do that. Like, but on the other end of it, of course, which is the rigid end, like this is the right way. And, I'm sure many of us have encountered that in 12-step programs. And it's just like, I mean, my former sponsor, when I was getting ready to publish One Breath at a Time, he said, if you put your name on the cover, if you don't publish anonymously, what's the opposite of anonymous? I don't know. De-anonymously, I don't know. If I published like with my name, that I would relapse. That was 21 years ago, so I haven't relapsed yet. He might, maybe it's coming. I don't know. But, to me, that was magical thinking. It was like, there's no relationship between putting my name on the cover of a book and drinking. I understand what you're getting at, that you think that somebody who publishes a book about recovery and puts their name on the book is egotistical and their ego is going to get them at some point. I don't believe that's what I'm doing, and if I publish this book anonymously, nobody's ever going to be able to say, would you come and teach a workshop in Little Rock? Because it'd be, who's Kevin G? I don't know. It's a great book, but I wish we could meet him, Yeah. And so I realized, well, that's going to really limit what I do as a teacher. And I was already a public teacher who was doing things about, so what am I accomplishing? But it was like a classic example of that to me, which is just this magical thinking, like, well, that's the rules, and I've, I really believe that the important tradition is the 12th tradition more than the 11th tradition. The 11th tradition says, I think the 11th tradition was to protect early AA, right? That these assholes who go out and try to like, hey, I'm sober and everybody should get sober, and then they relapse, and people were like, well, maybe AA doesn't work. Well, now AA has been proved to maybe work. I mean, the debate goes on, but it's not dependent on whether Russell Brand drinks or not, Thank God. But the 12th tradition, which is about the spiritual, spirit anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles for personalities. That's about not self. It's about ego and letting go. It's not about, press, radio, and television it's not about being public. It's about your connection to self and how that operates in communities. So
I wonder if we discount some of the flowery language of the Davis and get our own peril.
of the what? Of
The Davis.
the Davis, yeah.
Yeah, at our own peril, because it's in the literature. It's pointing at something.
Yeah.
And one way to think about that is the Buddha gave up the ego. So he tapped into what Indians call the self, the transpersonal self.
Right.
And so Mara may just be an unconscious feature, but if we ignore it, we're in peril.
Yeah. I think that's where people like Mark Epstein. Have you read Thoughts Without a Thinker? Yeah, like Thoughts Without a Thinker. He goes through the 6 realms of existence. Did I talk about them today, or was that yesterday? Okay, yeah, that's right. That was today. He goes through them, and he's a Freudian psychologist, and he takes them apart as elements of our personality, of our and of course we know the hungry ghost, the image of the hungry ghost that Gabor Mate used as the framing the realm of the hungry ghost is a great one for addiction. So certainly I think we can benefit from looking at the mythology and applying it in psychological and other kinds of terms. Don't know. Whew. So we haven't started the Noble Eightfold Path. Last night I was lying in bed going, do I have enough material for the whole day tomorrow? Now I realize I have more than enough. So I think, well, we can take lunch at 1, but why don't we just sit for a little while? I'm like, how do I kill some time? Oh, I know. Meditate. I remember. So, time for lunch, I guess. Can take an hour if we need it. Okay, you're on. Well, if we can start the afternoon with the short sit. Short is a relative term, of course. We won't sit for 4 hours. Um, prepare our minds to hear the Dharma. Well, one of the values in meditating at different times of day is to learn to work with different energies and moods, different states of mind. Typically, after a meal, we'll have a bit of a physical dip. So it can be challenging just to stay alert with a full stomach. But practicing with that energy is also valuable. Just try to stay mindful. It also highlights for us, if we meditate after a meal, whether we're eating too much or eating too little. Oh, just settling again, connecting with the body and the breath. Letting go of thoughts about the future, thoughts about the past. All right, so now we can finally get to the actual Eightfold Path. And this is just a handout I made in ordinary English. Not be too confusing. Maybe you were just coming for one entity, the whole thing. All right, so I'm gonna start out with a little more from Bhikkhu Bodhi. And this is it, where he starts talking about right view, which, as you'll see, is, oops, I just missed my page, lost my page. I have listed here at the beginning. This is the order that in the sutta we just read, that the Buddha presents the Eightfold Path. So Bhikkhu Bodhi says the 8 factors of the Noble Eightfold Path are not steps to be followed in sequence, one after another. They can be more aptly described as components rather than as steps, comparable to the intertwining strands of a single cable that requires the contributions of all the strands for maximum strength. With a certain degree of progress, all 8 factors can be present simultaneously, each supporting the others. However, until that point is reached, some sequence in the unfolding of the path is inevitable. Considered from the standpoint of practical training, the 8 path factors divide into 3 groups. One is the moral discipline, made up of right speech, right action, and right livelihood, which you'll see are actually in the middle here. 2, the concentration group, made up of right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The last 3. And 3, the wisdom group, made up of right view and right intention. These 3 groups represent 3 stages of training: the training in the higher moral discipline, the training in the higher consciousness, and the training in the higher wisdom. So commonly in Pali called Sila, Samadhi, Panya. It's a good one to get in your head. Sila, Samadhi, Panya. Now, I'm going to jump ahead here. Perplexity sometimes arises over an apparent inconsistency in the arrangement of the path factors and the threefold training. Wisdom, which includes right view and right intention, is the last stage in the threefold training, yet its factors are placed at the beginning of the path rather than at its end, as might be expected according to the canon of strict consistency. The sequence of the path factors, however, is not the result of a careless slip, but is determined by an important logistical consideration, namely, that right view and right intention of a preliminary type are called for at the outset as the spur for entering the threefold training. Right view provides the perspective for practice, right intention, the sense of direction. But the 2 do not expire in this preparatory role, for when the mind has been refined by the training in moral discipline and concentration, it arrives at a superior right view and right intention, which now form the proper training in the higher wisdom. Okay. Well, that's enough. That's just to explain that we could say there are these two different ways to kind of look at the structure of the Eightfold Path. And so what I've done here, these subheadings or sub lists, are the components, the main elements of each of the factors. I call them factors rather than components. He uses that term actually. And sometimes if I have a whiteboard, I'll kind of do a tree kind of just where I have the Four Noble Truths, and then the fourth noble truth is the Eightfold Path. So I'll have a like branch over here where I'll list the Eightfold Path and then branches off each of the factors. I like that way of thinking about this, and because it's a lot to remember to hold all these things together. And different people have different ways of learning, and that visual image, I think, can be very helpful to like, oh yeah, right, they're branching off from each other and getting more refined. So right view, as we read about in the opening today, has this idea of right view means you understand the Four Noble Truths. And so it's the fourth noble truth then refers back to all the other Four Noble Truths. And then so the two main components of right view are understanding the Four Noble Truths and understanding cause and effect, the law of karma. And in fact, the Four Noble Truths are an example of cause and effect. However, another oddity is that the way the Four Noble Truths are presented in terms of cause and effect, they are presented as effect, cause, effect, cause. So the first noble truth is the truth of suffering. The second noble truth is the cause of suffering. So the first noble truth is actually the effect of the second noble truth. As to why they're in that order, again, Bhikkhu Bodhi talks about this as being, I think, more striking. Like, if you start out by saying, so the cause of suffering is craving, it's kind of like you're getting ahead of things in a way. He felt it's better to present, like, show that there is suffering. Let's talk, because that's the problem we're trying to address, right? So let's look at that first, and then ask, well, how does that happen? And then we go. Then the third noble truth is what happens if you follow the Noble Eightfold Path. You have the end of suffering.
About impermanence and so on. Would it be part of right view?
Yeah, that's a good question, John. Thank you for bringing that up. I think that's where I think right view, we need to have a more expansive idea of it, even though there's this technical description of it as these two components. Right view, really, in a general sense, is just looking at things in the appropriate way, seeing things without. So it's the opposite of ignorance or the opposite of delusion. So yeah, seeing the truth of the three characteristics, impermanence and suffering and not self, that's part of right view for sure. So we can see that there's like sort of a technical meaning to it, but then it's because we're faced every moment in. I mean, even the image of the view. How do I see things? How do I perceive things? And when you practice and you watch your mind for a while, you see that your mind sometimes perceives things all wrong, right? We have our egotistical viewpoint. We have conditioned beliefs that, can be easily disproven. We have, unwholesome, destructive biased. All that stuff is part of right view ultimately, right? Is like what's really true. So we kind of start with these, as Vico calls them, canonical definitions, and then we expand from there to really see the application of right view. And as he says, right view is like the beginning of the path, because you wouldn't even get on the path if you didn't have some inkling, right? If someone says to you, everything is impermanent and there's suffering in the world, and you're like, that's crap. I don't believe any of that. Then you go down the street to the delusion church, and not to the Buddhist church. Just made that the delusion church. It's the one that most of us attend most of the time. We have them keep them at home. So yeah, it has to sort of like resonate in some way for you to even get engaged. I mean, I'm looking around here. We don't even have all the chairs filled in here. So a lot of people at the delusion church right now. I mean, the Dharma, the Buddhist teachings are not that appealing to a lot of people, right? I mean, of course, we live in a, essentially Christian country. So, you're not going to just bring in Buddhism and have everybody go, oh, yeah, right. We were wrong all along. Let's do this.
Well, it's kind of like the first noble truth, the truth of suffering. I mean, as soon as people see that, they'll run out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Right. People don't want to look at it. Right. That's really negative. Like, okay, well, but and that's one of the ways that Buddhism gets misunderstood, right? That the Buddhism is all about suffering. It's like, no, it's about how to end suffering. It's about that there is suffering and how to end it. But some people don't get to the end of the sentence. They quit before the comma. And this idea of cause and effect and law of karma, again, a critical piece, and again, many, frame it a little bit more in the tradition that, because we see this, a lot of these ideas today, that the Buddha would wind up, you see him in these debates with people who have beliefs that there's beliefs that, like, there's several like kind of classical beliefs that the Buddhist teachings were meant to counter. So one of them is everything is preordained, right? And then there's one that's everything is random. There's some others, but those are kind of the two critical ones that relate to karma, right? I don't need to keep saying right at the end of my sentences. Let me see if I can be more mindful of that. So if you, and both these beliefs are still prevalent today. Closed my mouth, did not say right. Predestination is something many people believe in, and you'll hear it just in the common phrase, it was meant to be, which suggests that this didn't happen through causal factors, that there was some external power that determined this beforehand. And that, from a Buddhist standpoint, is wrong view, right? Well, I'll just start being mindful of when I say right, and then see maybe if I could stop. The other one is it's a random universe. Many people believe that everything is just chaos. It doesn't make any sense. And that belief, I think, is particularly understandable, given how chaotic the universe is, apparently chaotic. And the law of karma, then if you are sort of challenging the law of karma, that things can happen that don't have apparent or obvious causes. And so it's not surprising that people look for something else, either some force that, well, it was meant to be, or there's just no sense to it at all. It's just chaos. And I will say that believing in the law of karma does require a certain belief beyond what you can see. You look at the weather we just had, right? Is that just chaos? Or are there causes behind it? So there are different types of karma. We have personal karma, but there's also biological karma and physics, the karma of physics, according to the Buddha. So that's not really for us. There, typically, we would say, well, we don't have anything to do with the weather. It's just interesting that we're living in an era when we actually do have something to do with the weather. That's kind of very strange, and ahistorical, we could say. I believe. I don't know. Anyway, go down that rabbit hole. When it comes to our own lives, like it's very typical in an AA meeting for people to say something like, well, I couldn't have gotten sober without God, like God got me sober, kind of, because they can't see any sort of step-by-step causal process. It just seemed like one day, and I'm kind of like that. I when I decided to get sober, it was like it's over, and it's strange to me that I've never had the craving to drink again. I know that doesn't happen to everybody. I'm one of the fortunate ones who that was the result. So I could easily say, well, that was just the grace. That was the grace of God. But I've very determinedly gone back and tried to look at the cause and effect that actually arose with me getting sober. And I see that from early on, from years before I got sober, there was a part of me that was pulling in a different direction. And I can see, and the way, karma doesn't, you can't sort of find exact, this exactly causes that, because there's so many different causal factors going on, right? It's not just that you are drinking or I am drinking and we keep doing it, we're addicted. There's also the people around us. There's the society. There's what happens in our work, and maybe you get arrested for drunk driving, and there's all these factors influencing causes that are building towards something that may or may not become recovery, or might become death, or it might become controlling and enjoying your drinking. But nonetheless, there's a causal process going on, and that in the times when it doesn't make sense, belief in the law of karma sort of demands of you to say, well, I don't understand it, but I know that something caused that. Like I just, and I am somewhat of a karma absolutist. I actually had this argument. It was uncomfortable on stage with one of my teachers when I was talking about recovery, that it doesn't happen by magic, it's cause and effect. And someone in the audience said, I got karma and I got sober and it was just through grace. And my teacher was like, yeah, it's just grace. And I was like, what the hell is that? I didn't say that, but like, what is grace? Right? I mean, we know there's beautiful things that happen in the world that we can call grace, but to say that there are things outside of cause and effect is to believe that there is some other force in the world. Now, that may be. You can believe, lots of people believe that, and that's not an unreasonable belief. It's not what I believe. I believe that somehow, if you knew, if you know, below the surface, you could see the code, you'd be able to go, oh yeah, there it is. There's the cause, there's the effect, there's the cause and effect. That grace implies something otherworldly or extra, what do you call that? I don't know, extra worldly. So anyway, does that bother anybody?
Well, I'm just thinking about the Davis. And,
The Davis. Yeah. No, that's why I said maybe there is that. And there, you know, so maybe there are Devas that are influencing our lives, and people believe that, right? I that's why I often call the Devas angels, because I think that that's the kind of similarly corresponding beings, and people feel they have a guardian angel, for instance. I know God was looking out for me that day, you know, whatever. And so don't know.
It might be that we believe that karma is unassailable, but we can't change our karma.
Yeah.
And then one day,
Yeah.
we can't not drink because of the habitual formations and stuff.
Right.
And then one day we can.
Yeah. And the second noble truth, I mean, the second step, excuse me, is, as I said yesterday, is implies that you believe in karma. You came to believe that
That can be changed.
Yeah.
Going forward.
Yeah,
You can't invent yourself a car.
that's right. And that's something that Tanasara Bhikkhu points out. He says the only time when you can have impact on karma is in the present moment. You can't do anything in the future. You can't go back and fix it in the past. And that's one of the reasons why it's really important to pay attention, because every moment you are creating karma. There are three ways in which we manifest karma: through thoughts, words, and actions. So to realize that your thoughts have a karmic impact. Now, this doesn't mean like if I just think long enough, then, you know, a new car will appear outside the house. It's not like The Secret, right? Isn't that their sort of thing? You know, just keep believing them. But what it means is that before I do anything, there is a thought. And, you know, that mind is the forerunner of all things. It might have even been on that. I just picked up one of those bookmarks that are out there, and that has that line on it. Where did I put it? Well, anyway, so that leads us logically to the second factor, right intention. Because intention is the energy behind karma. And the Buddha says this even more simply. At a certain place in the sutras, he says, karma is intention, which is kind of shocking, because one of the things the Buddha did was that he took existing ideas and then adapted them to his own understanding and his own teaching. So the word karma was there in Pali, it's kama, so there's no R in Pali in karma. So karma. Anyway, that word was existent, but it meant action. And he said, well, you know, actually thoughts are a form of action, and that it's the thought or the intention. I'm sorry, intention. Let me back up. Blah, 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 blah. That what informs the results of karma is the intention behind it. And this is another really critical idea. Thank you. There it is. We are what we think. All that we are arises from our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. So the example sometimes given is if I tell you that someone cut open my chest with a knife, you might think, oh, that's terrible. Somebody attacked you. But then if I said, oh, it was a surgeon who was operating on my heart, then, oh, well, so the action was the same. They cut up in my chest, but one intention was to heal me, the other one was to kill me. And so it's maybe that's, not quite a realistic comparison, but it gets across the idea that intention is the critical factor. A more, simple one is when you give something to someone, you're giving someone a gift. Are you giving it out of generosity and kindness, or you're giving it in the hope that they're going to give you something back? Or you say something nice to someone and you're hoping they're going to say something nice to you. So if you're giving it just out of generosity, well, that's right intention, right? That's kindness. If you're giving it out of expecting something back, well, that's greed. That's not right intention. So it's the same action. It might look the same, but it's not going to have the same result. And one of the reasons it won't have the same result is that people could tell. But that's another issue, maybe. But people sense it, right? So right intention has three components: renunciation, and again, that Bhikkhu Bodhi's language, he says renunciation, we can just say letting go. And then in the sutras it says non-hatred, which is loving kindness, non-harming, which is compassion. So this becomes a challenge for us to try to bring one or more of these qualities to every thought, word, and action we take. Again, these teachings are, setting this ideal that's unattainable for most of us, but it gives us a model, and it also is very informative. Sometimes you do something and things don't work out, and then you realize, oh, I was doing it for the wrong reasons, right? And it's like, oh, the reason was the intention. So I like to particularly point to right intention when it has to do with right effort and right concentration. And now you'll start to see how these intertwine. If your effort in meditation is driven by the desire to control your mind, or to get more concentrated, or get more peaceful, then your intention is not letting go. Your intention is grasping. So right effort without right intention inclines toward grasping. That makes sense? Like whenever you do something, you have to be careful. Why am I doing this? Because if it's because you're trying to get something, and of course we're always doing this, so yeah, this is life. But if you're trying to get something, you're going to be creating dukkha. That's the definition of dukkha, is trying to get something. So the challenge then is to make an effort that's not grasping. The effort is to let go. And I actually use this as kind of the central pillar of my meditation practice, which is just let go. And it's a great mantra when you're meditating, because you can get really tangled up, especially when you do listen to different teachers and try practices and read books and go on retreats, and you can get kind of tied up with a lot of different techniques. And I'll do this loving kindness phrases, and I'll count my breaths here, and I'll tune into that state and I'll try to arouse more of that but if you just keep saying, oh, just let go. And even, you find yourself going into like some like altered state. It's like, wow, this is really incredible. I think I'm almost enlightened. Just no, just let go. And just keep that as your mantra. It's a great way it solves a lot in meditation. So then with right concentration, the formula I have for this is concentration without right intention inclines toward clinging. And I've seen this on retreats. This formula came to mind when I was sitting a longer retreat a couple of years ago. That I'm not psychic, but I can read a lot in people. And I could see a lot of young people on this retreat, like they would do their walking meditation like so slowly, and you could see that they were trying to hold on to their concentration. When you're on retreat, you get to these states where it's like, oh, I'm really settled. Okay, let's keep that going, right? Because that's good. That's right effort. Down there, it's maintain arisen wholesome states. Great, we want that. But not maintaining and clinging are two different things, right? So concentration without letting go, without the renunciation, can incline towards clinging. We start to see the intertwining of the Eightfold Path, but also the subtleties that we're being challenged with. And I will say at this point, the crown of the Eightfold Path, the key to every factor is right mindfulness. In order to be aware of your intention, you have to be mindful. In order to be aware of whether you are making right or wrong effort, you have to be mindful. In order to be aware of whether you're clinging to concentration or letting go around concentration, you have to be mindful. So mindfulness is required for every aspect of this, which is why, of course, it was, has been brought forth into our society as this kind of, all-purpose meditative tool. Unfortunately, in my mind, even though it's so critical to everything, when you divorce it from this system, you lose the possibility of the wholeness of the system. I like to compare it to giving someone a vitamin C pill, and saying, here's your breakfast. Like, well, I got the good part of the orange, but I still need, the fruit and the juice and the rind. Well, not, I guess we don't eat the rind. What, the pulp? That's the one. So as critical as mindfulness is, it doesn't really come to fulfillment without the other factors. So just to finish up with right intention, maybe. Besides letting go, it's also the other two components are loving kindness and compassion, which are, in a sense, expressions of letting go. But it's a great reference point, just to ask yourself, why am I doing this? Or even, can I do this with love? Like we have that phrase, letting go with love, right? Can I express my frustration with someone in a loving way? And it doesn't mean I'm like, oh, I love you so much, you jerk, but in other words, that we maintain harmony, right? Even as we express something, some frustration or some conflict. Questions, points? Yeah.
Term
there's let go, let God.
Yeah.
And there's, I've always been a little weary of that. I mean, I love the let go part, but the let God sounds a little clingy. And, so it's, unless you have a right view about let go. Let God.
Well, I think that let go, let God means let go and then accept what happens. Accept the results.
I think.
Yeah.
I think there's some person left. I'm gonna let go, but you know. Surely it was God. And I can make-
Yeah. Right. That's right. Yeah.
There's a little-
There's some neediness there. Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons why it's so hammered into us in a way. The service centers. Because it's pretty easy for people to, I think, sometimes often think, it's easy for people to just go, okay, well, God's in charge. Well, no, you gotta get out there and do the work.
Yeah.
You gotta go help somebody. Somebody needs something, you need to be there. Call your sick friend on the phone, do those sorts of things. And that's one of my frustrations with some of them. I mean, you're by nature selfish, I think. Helps that by nature selfish.
Mhm.
Why they, you know, really pounded that into not being so selfish. But yeah, I mean, they're you know, having the path for me is it's action. You know, that was that.
Yeah. Well, having been raised as a Catholic, we don't believe that faith without works is dead. We just believe that you just believe and then let the priest take care of everything and you'll be fine. Don't worry. Just keep him off your, private parts. I don't know. Sorry. I should probably watch myself. So thought maybe let's move into this next. I want to read a little bit of Vicar Bodhi. Let's see what. Yeah. So he addresses the next three factors in one chapter in this book. And these are the Sila parts: right speech, right action, right livelihood. He says the next three factors, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, may be treated together as collectively they make up the first of the three divisions of the path, the division of moral discipline. And here, though the principles laid down in this section restrain immoral actions and promote good conduct, their ultimate purpose is not so much ethical as spiritual. They are not prescribed merely as guides to action, but primarily as aids to mental purification. Because a phrase I particularly like, mental purification. And then he backs out a little bit to explain, contextualize this. As a necessary measure for human well-being, ethics has its own justification in the Buddhist teaching, and its importance cannot be underrated. But in the special context of the Noble Eightfold Path, ethical principles are subordinate to the path's governing goal, final deliverance from suffering. Thus, for the moral training to become a proper part of the path, it has to be taken up under the tutelage of the first two factors, right view and right intention, and to lead beyond to the trainings in concentration and wisdom. So what he's saying is, yeah, Buddhists believe in being moral, and that's, in creating good karma by not killing people, not stealing, not lying. But in the Eightfold Path, the importance, the role that these three factors play in the Eightfold Path is really about your spiritual development, about your, and particularly your mental purification. Because if you are out of tune with these factors, if you are lying, if you are acting unwholesomely, harming people, if you're working, in a unwholesome livelihood, then your mind is naturally agitated. Your mind is filled with negative and harmful thoughts, feelings, so that when you try to meditate, when you try to attain any kind of concentration or develop any wisdom, it's going to be blocked by the fact that your mind has not been purified. So so he's separating the role of these factors in the Eightfold Path from their ordinary, part in just living a life, a moral life that has its own purpose and own value. So it's just an interesting one to reflect on, to separate those, and then that gives us a topic for meditative reflection, or reflection when we are meditating, to see if what's going on in our mind when we're meditating is related to unwholesome behavior, which, is another argument for sobriety, I will say, right? And one of the things I like about working with people in recovery in a Buddhist context is that they've done this work. A lot of people come to Buddhism and they haven't really addressed sila in their lives. Not that they're bad people, but that they're not really being careful in the way that people in recovery tend to be very careful to not lie, to not cheat, to not steal. It's one of the aspects of the 12-step programs that people outside the recovery world don't know about, I don't think. People who aren't in recovery might see the 12 steps and kind of understand it in some way, and then, know about sobriety, but they don't realize that we don't just stop drinking. It's not like we don't only follow the 5th precept. We follow the other precepts as well. At least ostensibly we do. That I was taught, and certainly the whole culture to me of the 12-step world was, we don't lie, cheat, and steal anymore. And our sexual behavior was something that was like the main subject of my relationship with my sponsor, was my sexual behavior. That was like central to it. So when you have dealt with that stuff, when you've done things like written a Searching and Fearless Moral Inventory, and you've addressed that, that's part of mental purification, right? And so that when you meditate,
Sorry.
it's all part of mental purification. That's digital purification.
What?
So that when you have, as I was saying, like, one of the reasons I like working with people in recovery is they've done this work. So you're not coming to meditation with a lot of secrets or unknown demons. They are known demons. You know your demons, and so I think that's a really a valuable thing. Yeah. All right, so just the specifics of each of these, right? Speech, these are the 3 components that we kind of extract from what the Buddha says. That, first of all, truthful, I should put first. And then timely. So we've probably all been in the situation where we told something that was true, but it wasn't the time to tell them. And if you're married, you know what I'm talking about. So, or if you were once married. And then, well, I put non-harming. Sometimes this is put as kind of like it should always be positive or something, and that's not, I think, a helpful way to think of it. Beneficial can be another term. Instead of non-harming right speech, it should be beneficial. So don't waste your language, don't waste your speech in ways that aren't useful. What's the point, right? And the first one, truthful, I mean, I'm calling it the first one, can be the trickiest one. I didn't talk about this a lot when we did those exercises yesterday, but truth is not always something that's clear or absolute, right? And so we, but the way we speak much of the time sounds as if we're speaking absolute truth. So the example I often give of this is, one day I was talking to one of my teachers, and I said to him, I was having a rough time, and I said, I'm always depressed. And what he said to me, it was gentle what he did. He didn't say, like, that's wrong. He simply said, notice the times when you don't feel depressed. And his point was, actually, you're not always depressed. And what I've realized over time is that that statement itself was depressing. That it was reinforcing that negative mind state. And so just an example of like what I could have said, I often feel depressed, or I often have feelings that I identify as depressed. When you start to really think, well, what's really true? Well, I don't, because I'm not a psychiatrist, and so I'm diagnosing myself. So maybe I shouldn't diagnose myself. Maybe I should just say, I often have unpleasant feelings that I identify as depression, And that change of language really changes the mind in the way that changes how I feel, and it changes how I view the experience. So I started, trying to pay attention more, particularly to the use of words like always and never and should and shouldn't. Those are the four that stand out for me, because should is a prediction. Should and shouldn't are predictions. I should do that. I shouldn't do that. Always and never are very difficult to prove. And it's much safer if I say often, or it seems as if I'm always. I feel as if, and so that those efforts on my part to be more truthful actually have really helped. They've changed how I actually experience reality and see reality. So it's that point of view and realizing how language really impacts emotional states, that it's expressing a belief, and realizing how that belief, how I'm carrying that belief around with me, I'm a jerk, or whatever, or I'm really bad at this, or I'm clumsy, or the types of things we get in our heads that maybe somebody said to us when we were 6 years old, when we tripped over a stool, and then we just somehow it proliferates in our mind, and we carry it around and unaddressed. I mean, I remember one time, it was when I was in the mental hospital, actually, but doesn't mean people don't know things. I was playing the guitar, or I had been playing the guitar, and I said something that I had picked up as a child, which is, I don't have much manual dexterity. And someone looked at me and said, you're playing the guitar. Like, what are you talking about? And it was like a shock to me, because it was something I believe my father said to me when I was very young. I don't know if he did, that might be a false memory, but it's how I recalled it. And I took it on and I believed it. And I still, I'm still not great when it comes to putting together IKEA furniture. I will say that. but it's not exactly manual dexterity, you know, it was just like, oh, that was a belief. And here right in front of me was the obvious disproving of that. And yet I carried it around with me. So just to really, you know, question. So it comes down to that, asking yourself, is this true? Is this true?
I think sometimes also with language, we look at saying always remember. I mean, that's something often that young children.
Yeah.
You never take advice, and you're
That's-
always.
that's
on your
right.
Side.
Yeah.
Get the candy bar.
Uh-huh.
You know, and so once you become sober, hopefully that's an emotional part going on there as well, right? When you start looking at those terms.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the other thing I was gonna mention was about right speech and law of harmony.
Yeah.
Some of my best teachers have been
Have been the what?
the meanest.
Uh-huh.
They've been very mean.
Yeah.
And then I was able to, as much as that broke my heart, they were able to look at what they were saying as something valid. And you know, try to show if I had a large recovery in California. I'm bigger than Arkansas, and what we do is we call each other out on our stuff.
Mhm.
And we do it in a way, hopefully, that the other person can hear from a loving way. So, you know, there's a way to tell somebody the truth.
Yep.
And not necessarily, and sometimes my sponsors told me the truth that you need to knock that shit off.
Yeah.
In that kind of way, and then sometimes that's how I hear it.
Well, it's like, you know, Al-Anon, right? Like, you know, sometimes, you know, kicking somebody out of the house is the kindest thing you can do to them, you know, but yeah, it's tricky. It's, you know, because the idea of tough love is also very popular in certain 12-step circles where it can be harmful, you know, so I have to be really careful with being like, well, it's just the truth, you know, like you said, like it has to be presented at the right time and in the right way. And then something that could be somewhat painful for someone, nonetheless, then it opens a door for them. And it certainly, I agree that like this isn't about being nice. And that's one of the things I really object to, the nicey nice talk that you get in Buddhist circles sometimes that neglects to really tell the truth. You know, it's trying because of this effort to, like you're supposed to be loving kindness all the time. It's like, well, what loving kindness isn't being nice, you know. It's more subtle than that, more complicated than that. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, how much of this is passed down? I mean, like you said, you kind of have that, you've been saying that you were functional, manual dexterity, you have to process where that came from. I mean, I think when you talk about how your dad is, you know, he's so disciplined, man, he was up at the same time every day, 5 o'clock, he was home and all that, and you just had to.
Yeah.
You didn't think you were disciplined, but then you found out later on you were a little disciplined.
Right.
I'll get to you, but you had to still go through that.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you've been reading my book, but I'm just trying to figure out is there a question?
Oh, no, I was just making the point.
Yeah.
You just were describing manual
Yeah.
dexterity,
Yeah.
that's still in your spirit.
Yeah. Yeah.
All these years later, and you didn't really realize it, that you
Yeah.
actually were playing a guitar and
Yeah.
it takes time.
Yeah. I mean, we're so conditioned yet that, I mean, that's why right view is so tricky, right? Because there we go again. Huh? Well, anyway, our view is so deeply conditioned that it's quite difficult, and you know, to break out of it. And so when we develop insight is meant to help us to break out of that conditioned view and see into reality. And one of the biggest breakthroughs in that regard is seeing through the construction of self and the insight into not self, because the conditioned sense of I, and that there is a separate, stable, existent self here that's interacting with the world is so deeply conditioned in us that it's very hard to break out of. And this is the challenge of Dharma practice. And it's it's in some ways the willingness to chip away at that conditioning is one of the signs of spiritual maturity or spiritual wisdom. That if you are racist and someone points out to you that, well, that your thinking is really racist, like, look at this, and maybe they show you some information about how that works, and you refuse to, and you're like, screw that, I'm not, that's not true, I disagree, you can stay stuck. It's hard to break out of things like racism. That's a very strongly conditioned mind state. And so this is like the challenge of our practice, is to see everything in this room looks like it's pretty solid, but none of it is. On an atomic level, it's not solid. On a time level, in 100 years, none of this will be here, very likely. Certainly none of us will be here. And, this is just, it looks solid and it's functionally solid, but it's not. And that's very hard to break out of, because I can feel it. It's solid. Come on, what are you talking about? And so I am here. These are real. That's, all of this is the way we are deeply conditioned to see reality. And because of that, we stay on the wheel of samsara, which is the wheel of suffering. We just keep creating more dukkha because we don't see the reality of the way things are. It's rough. God. All right. I'm getting depressed just talking about it. All right.
So, under right intention, you have listed loving kindness on hatred and compassion on harmony.
Yeah.
Then, under, right speech, you talked about
Non-harming.
saying things that are beneficial.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a question, maybe it's not a question. I'll pose this question. I might think that I'm being compassionate. And what I'm gonna say is gonna be beneficial,
Uh-huh.
but that's my own perception. That's my own
Right.
bullshit.
Could be.
So the intention is to be non-harming and compassionate,
Uh-huh.
but that doesn't mean that's how it's gonna be received.
That's true.
I mean, there's really, it seems to me like there really isn't any truth that we can nail.
Well, the truth of impermanence. But it's very difficult to nail it. That's the problem. The nail keeps moving. The floor keeps moving, the hammer keeps moving. So, but yes, I mean, I think I get your point, which is that with, I mean, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
So this is another place where mindfulness is very important. I can think that my intention is wholesome, but if I'm not really attentive to it, it might really be selfish, but I'm like putting on a good face and acting as if, oh, it's all for you. This hurts me more than it hurts you. Bang, right? That line. Right? So, this is the challenge. And it's one of the challenges and one of the reasons, again, why true Dharma practice is not approached by, is not really taken on by that many people because it's much easier. Fundamentalism is much easier. Things are like this, you need to do that, and that's the way it is. End of story. The Dharma says you have to be attentive in each moment to know what's skillful and what's wholesome and what's true. And you still might be wrong because your perception is not perfect. You're not perfectly mentally purified. So you're going to have to deal with the fact that you might really be approaching this in the most skillful way you know how, and then still stumble and make a mistake. And how are you going to live with that? And that's the challenge of this path. That you know, Joseph Goldstein says it's like jumping out of an airplane and then suddenly realizing you don't have a parachute. And then you look down, you realize there is no ground. Okay, now what? You know, there isn't. Yeah, well, yeah, right. I mean, at least there's no ground, but you might be floating for a while. You know, it's just the challenge, and this is why, to me, this practice at 75 years old, I'm still really like interested and challenged by it. It's not one of those things like, okay, I got this down, like, you know, when you're teaching math, it's like 1 and 1 is always 2. I got that. And next year when I teach it, 1 and 1 is still going to be 2. You know, for me, every time I look at this, I'm like, oh, wait, oh, then there's this, and there's so many layers to it. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. You never get sick of it's never the Dharma never gets boring. I thought we could wrap up if we can, the Sila section and then do the meditation section after a little break. So right action is the 5 precepts, and we talked about that, I guess on Friday night or anyway, or yesterday sometime. And the precepts, clearly these are things that are associated with, the first 4 are associated with virtually every religion. The 4th precept, it's the Buddhists and the Mormons, pretty much. And everybody else says it's okay. So
Knock yourself out.
But the principle of the 5th precept, did I say the 5th precept? I feel like I said the 4th precept. Anyway, the principle of the 5th precept, it's not so much don't take that and don't do this. It's again protecting your mind. And so Thich Nhat Hanh talks about how we intoxicate ourselves with the television, and of course that was before smartphones. So you know, gaming is an intoxication, gambling is an intoxication.
I think my coffee habits could be an intoxication.
Could be. And I do have a typo here. It says not so lie, not 2 lies. I apologize for that. I obviously didn't proofread this. And then right livelihood. I just put these in here. There's a sutta where the Buddha talks about, is it right livelihood? Well, it's mostly, he says not to sell poisons or intoxicants, and not to sell or manufacture weapons. So those are the things that are considered wrong. Oh yeah, not to kill animals. So you're not supposed to be a butcher. Yeah, it's one of the, you know, it's, to me, hypocrisies that at least in certain schools of Buddhism, they say it's not okay to kill, but you can eat meat if it wasn't killed for you. And that kind of sounds like, you know, sounds to me like somebody was trying to get out of their karmic consequences.
In the West, vegan Buddhists who drink wine with dinner, not unusual.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, I mean, and I've had this is an ongoing issue. I mean, you know, I've seen Buddhist teachers quoted as saying, "Oh, it's okay to have a glass of wine with dinner." And I'm always like, maybe for you, but like, and when they put, it really pisses me off when they put that out, and without realizing that what they're doing is there's an alcoholic out there who's saying, "Oh, well, so it's okay for me to drink. I'm a Buddhist and it's okay." It's like, no, that's not. And of course, now there's the whole issue of plant medicine, which, and the uses of psilocybin for therapy and ketamine and all these things that are, some people will claim they're not intoxicants. I have a good friend he was a cocaine addict and alcoholic, and after getting some time after getting sober, like he's been sober for about 20 years, he got interested in ayahuasca particularly, and started doing ayahuasca retreats, and very sincerely, and it's really helped him with depression, and we have had conversations back and forth, on and on. He's a journalist. He used to be the religion writer for the San Francisco Chronicle, and he's written a book about psychedelics, and he was part of something called Psychedelics in Recovery. It's like, the 12-step program. But he has told me recently, I've quit that because everybody relapses who gets, and that's of course my issue. I mean, it's my number one issue. I have to make sure to stay off soapboxes on this topic, because I understand that some people really benefit from the use of psychedelics in dealing with PTSD, and indeed, apparently with addiction too. So, and there's research being done, and so my main stance is not me. But I also, then secondarily, yeah, my concern is, okay, that you went and you did ayahuasca once and you had insight, and which to me is kind of like, yeah, okay, what does that mean to you? Because to me, insight is only meaningful if it actually changes, not just like, oh, I see it all now, but how are you living? Has it really had a meaningful effect on your life? Instead, it's like, oh, I'm going to go for another ayahuasca retreat, and start like in those traditions, the peyote and the ayahuasca, these indigenous traditions, it's a long preparation before you do this, and then you do it, and then you proceed with your life. It's not like, oh, I'll take a trip to Peru, I'll take a trip, and then I'll go back again next year, and I'll keep going back. Like, no, it's meant to be the fruition of something, not just like something to keep, oh, I need to get high again, or, oh no, I'm not getting high, I need more insight. Anyway, obviously I have, anytime I talk about this, I will admit very clearly, I am biased,
Insight maintenance.
What?
Insight maintenance.
Insight maintenance? Yeah. So, I mean, I had a falling out with one student over this, which kind of hurts, but, because I just feel like you need something more than Buddhist insight. What are the insights you're getting that Buddhism isn't giving you, sort of? And yeah, it's true that people, I'm sure more than one of you has taken psychedelics in your life, especially people of my generation, yeah. And there are these moments, that seem very powerful. And you write something down while you're tripping, and the next day you pick it up and says, everything is everything. And you're like, Okay, that's really helpful. Because it's my sense, and that's actually a quote from Westminster, but anyway. My sense is that what's really going on is that you are in a mind state which is very receptive to the truth and to a clear perception of reality rather than the ordinary constructed version of reality that we live in, our conditioned version. And that's the same thing I'm talking about when I say the people get enlightened when they listen to the Buddha, because their mind state, through meditation, they had opened up their mind and their consciousness enough to be able to hear the truth. So I don't see necessarily that I need a drug to do that, but I'm not going to deny that there's some value in it. Anyway, I always feel bad when I talk about this. Geez, always, huh? Often. So let's take a break. It's almost 3:30 and we're just going to have time for like one more session before 5. So a bio break, relieve our brains, mental purification. Yeah, I think 15 minutes. No.
As we all come back together, I want to, for those of you who don't have aren't on our mailing list and you'd like to be on the mailing list, in the Zoom room, there's a place to get on our mailing list, and we'd love to have you. And also remember that behind the pillar there is you can put Donna or donations that go directly to Kevin. So that would be greatly appreciated. Your appreciation to Kevin for that way. Okay. What?
That's what your Dana was.
Yeah.
Dana, Dana, Donna.
Yeah, it's poly for generosity. So yes, I actually have been known to play a variation of Richie Valens' song "Oh Donna." Oh Donna, oh Donna, I taught the Dharma. Donna's all I got. Bum bum bum. When I got home, there was nothing in the pot. Oh, I need more Donna. Donna, where are you? And on it goes. There's several verses, but
Hey, Kevin, real quick, I was talking I go to Buddhist recovery meeting on Saturday nights, and they study your book for years. And I said, do you have any questions for Kevin? And one of the guys just said, are you making any new music? So I said, I did that.
not in public.
Play your music to my ears all week.
Ah, shucks. They lost some people, or they're just abandoned me, letting go. They're hovering. I guess 2 things I just wanted to mention. One is, my website is kevingriffin.net, and I'm easy to find if you just Google Kevin Griffin. Usually the first person is either me or the lead guitar player for Better Than Ezra. So we kind of compete for the top spot on Google. And although I also play the guitar, I'm not the lead guitar player for Better Than Ezra. His name is Kevin Griffin. So he did try to get my website some time ago. Anyway, we won't discuss that. So, if you want to know about my schedule, I try to keep it updated on there. I often forget things. So, but the major events are on there, the retreats and things. And And also I teach a Zoom class I've been doing ever since the beginning of the pandemic, every Tuesday morning. Well, here it will be noon, so it's 10 o'clock in California, just for an hour. We sit for 20 minutes and then I just talk. It's very spontaneous, very friendly. So if you want to hang out, it's free. You have to register on Zoom because we did get bombed at one point some years ago. And so we set it up so you have to register and then it sends you a little link. And then you go into the waiting room beforehand and we click you in. So
So did you set that on Tuesdays at noon?
what? Tuesdays, yeah, Tuesdays at noon. Yeah. And I've been doing a class for Spirit Rock for many years, and that's been on Zoom as well for the last 5 years. So that's the second Friday of each month. And we just moved it to 6 o'clock. So that's 8 o'clock for you. And those are the regular things. As I mentioned yesterday, I have some retreats coming up. There's a retreat center in North Carolina where I teach, and the retreat ends on Labor Day. So it's like 5 days. I think it starts on Tuesday or Wednesday before Labor Day. And that's Southern Dharma Retreat Center. Beautiful place up in the hills outside of Asheville.
Is it one that's already full?
The one in Indiana is full in August, but Southern Dharma, I don't know. I haven't heard from them.
But that's not on your website.
Good question. It should be. Yeah, I think what?
I didn't know that.
I'll double check. I sometimes don't list things that I know get filled up sort of with the locals. I just don't even, because it's just frustrating for people.
And I have a question, the one you're doing in May, Big Rock, is that an annual?
Big Bear.
Is that an annual something? Because
Well, we did it last year, so I guess you could call it annual. I don't know. At this point, I'm just trying to live one day at a time.
I'm trying to register ahead.
And I mean, like live, like not die one day at a time. Say again.
What happens on 5 days?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So those retreats are completely different from this. They are really modeled on a traditional Vipassana type of retreat, which means they happen in noble silence, we call it. And there's a very, a pretty rigorous schedule. Get up like typically at 6 in the morning and sit for 45 minutes, silent breakfast, silent meditation, silent breakfast. Then there's oftentimes like some jobs to do around the center, done again in silence, like cleaning bathrooms or something, raking leaves. And in the morning, we'll have one guided meditation with some Q&A, then walking meditation, then more sitting meditation and walking meditation, sitting meditation. I teach mindful eating, so then encourage people to eat in a very mindful manner. And so the only time when you're not just doing sitting meditation and walking meditation, I do a workshop somewhat like the interaction yesterday, where I put out prompts, but it's not a conversation. So I can still consider it noble silence in the sense that you're only talking on, in a very formalized environment. And then in the evening, there will be a talk. Then I'll give more of a formal talk. And then the other variation from a typical retreat is that we have a meeting at the end of the day. Many of my retreats, there's a Qigong teacher who teaches the very subtle, gentle movement, which is a good balance for all the sitting. But it's very different from this. It's not me sitting up there talking all day or having conversations or hanging out and eating cookies with people. It's much more traditional kind of Buddhist context. So it's pretty powerful. People have very powerful experiences, both through the meditation and through just the kind of container of being in that. It's challenging, you're not hanging out, there's no cell phones or, no texting with your family, and you're really turning inward, and that's not always easy, right? To just be with yourself. But it's also a time when you can really develop more concentration, really see, like, learn to work with the different states, as I was talking about. And there can be this real sense of connection with yourself and with the community, but more like kind of seeing nature with these clear eyes, the dust removed from the eyes. It's very powerful. If you haven't been on retreat, it's definitely recommended. Yeah, thanks for asking. So the one other thing I wanted to mention is the Buddhist Recovery Network, which is mostly, I guess, a virtual organization in the sense that we don't have a physical home base. We have a website, BuddhistRecovery.org. And we're somewhat of a clearinghouse for all the Buddhist recovery groups. So Recovery Dharma has a lot of meetings listed there. And then groups like the group you have here, I think is listed on there. And so if you're traveling or you're just looking for, other opportunities to work with people in recovery with the Buddhist lens, that's a great resource. They put on, I think, the first Sunday of each month, they have a talk. Apparently, I'm doing that next month. I just got an email yesterday about it. I forgot. I didn't have it on my calendar. But so you can get exposed to different teachers that are doing this work or something, or some version of this. And we've had conferences every couple of years. Of course, the pandemic threw everything off, but we had one in I think 17 and 19, and then we had one last year, actually in New Jersey. We usually had them on the West Coast, but that's really, the conferences have been great because it's like a big, 50 people, all with this sort of interest, and various presentations and workshops and talks, and just hanging out with a crowd of recovering Buddhists. I was once asked, when you say Buddhist recovery, you mean you're recovering from being a Buddhist? I'm like, no, that's quite what I'm saying. So I think, I could use another 10 minutes or so to sit before we address this last segment. So if you are with me on that, let's just have a few minutes to gather ourselves again. Then we'll go into the last three factors. Right. So we come to the last three factors of the path. Right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. In the formula of sila, samadhi, panya, this is the samadhi section. The samadhi we often translate as concentration, but then it more generally kind of mean, I guess in this setting, be more like mind training, cultivation. So right effort, this is the like one of the formal ways of describing right effort, and it's very kind of dry way, and it takes a little time to just absorb it. There's another way to talk about it that I'll bring in. So the four efforts: avoid unarisen, unwholesome states. Well, stay out of trouble before it gets to you. You know, just don't even go into the bar. Abandon arisen, unwholesome states. Well, that's, I think, kind of the main thing we do, I think, in meditation. That's a lot of what we do in meditation, just letting go, letting go, letting go. Abandon is just, complicated way of saying letting go. Cultivate non-arisen, wholesome states. We'll try to bring forth some loving kindness, try to bring forth some mindfulness, some concentration. Maintain arisen, wholesome states. Once you've gotten settled, see if you can sustain that. My daughter was talking to me a couple of months ago about, I think it was a job interview, and they asked her how she would handle some situation, it was about communicating about abortion, I think. Like, because she's worked in legislative affairs for a congresswoman, and that congresswoman lost her seat. So my daughter's been interviewing, and she described what she had put together, and it was this. I was like, that's the four efforts. and so that I realized this is actually something that applies to more than meditations. Kind of avoiding things, not letting things get going that are unhelpful, letting go when things do get going, and trying to get positive things going, and then trying to maintain them. I think it's hard, though, when you're meditating to kind of go, okay, I need to cultivate right now, or I need to abandon, or how do I avoid? It's, because meditation is more kind of intuitive, it's just more of like more of a flowing experience than it is sort of divided up into these categories, which is why I like the other instruction that the Buddha gives is about, he's talking to this monk who was a musician in their lay life. And he says, and played the lute, and he says, if you tune the lute too tight, it's not in tune. And if you tune it too loose, it's not in tune. It has to be tuned right, just right in the middle, right? Middle way again. And that sort of resonates more, to continue with the musical simile. It resonates more to me with the felt experience. Like, am I trying too hard, or do I need to kind of relax? And it goes back to Ananda, the night when he becomes awakened, when he's like, oh, I'm striving, I need to relax. So for me in meditation, I relate much more to just that, because trying to keep these four things in mind is a little much, but just the idea of like, what's my energy like right now? Just to see, and yeah, we'll see that like we're striving, or we're not really trying hard enough. I mean, I was just noticing today that I feel like my practice has been getting too complicated, and I just decided to simply pay attention to my breathing. And if my mind wanted to just come back to my breathing, and I don't usually do, I often like sort of integrate little like, oh, bring in a little loving kindness, you know, or breathe with your, feel your body a little bit more, or, you know, sort of these little useful, skillful means oftentimes, but I just noticed that I was kind of like never getting quite on track. It's kind of like that dance, and you catch yourself doing this, right? Where it's like, you know, when you've gotten enough different teachings and you've done a bunch of different practices, that you'll sort of like, okay, let me tweak it a little, let me do a little of that. Add a little bit of compassion. Oh, I need to count my breaths a little bit. Oh, maybe what was that mantra? You know, and you know, and you get over you get busy, right? And what's going on, if you tune into that, is aversion, right? You're just like not liking the fact that your mind isn't settled. You're not liking the fact that you don't feel peaceful right now, and you're meditating. So I'm meditating. I want to feel peaceful. Where's my peace? You know, let's go. Oh, I'll try this. I'll try that. And it's like, you know what? No, let me just let go of this controlling and just keep it simple. So you really have, it's really something that I think is the key sort of strategy of meditation is and really a significant topic for me of my mindfulness is what is the nature of my effort right now, and just noticing that. Because as I said before, if it can easily incline toward grasping if it's not, you know, informed by letting go. So really paying attention to that. One of the ways I like to describe mindfulness practice, and this is sort of overcomplicating it again, but I think it's a useful frame, is that as you're meditating, you have your primary focus, you know, we'll say your breath, but then you're tracking other things, like you're tracking your effort. You know, how's my effort right now? You're tracking your posture, because, you know, your posture starts to slump, or your posture gets rigid. Of course, you're tracking your mind. You're tracking, like, oh, am I thinking? Am I spacing out? You know, tracking the emotional stuff, the emotional energy. So it's not that you're like, oh, you know, but you're okay. I've got my breath, and then you know, you notice things are sort of getting wobbly, and you kind of just, it's almost like a little checklist, like, oh, am I efforting too much? Is there some emotion? Because oftentimes a thought will trigger an emotion and you won't even realize that's gotten triggered because you're not paying attention to that. You know, you're aiming at the breath all the time. So, you know, whatever, you know, but then it's like, oh, that emotion needs a little attention. You know, I need to bring mindfulness to that. And so this idea of tracking, for me, is helpful, that I'm not just, and contrary to what I just said about how I've been practicing, I'm generally not just trying to be on my breath. It's like, no, I'm like, let me kind of keep, it's like having peripheral vision to your meditation, right? It's not that you're like staring at the other things, but you're just kind of keeping an eye out. And you've got your main focus, but you're like, oh, wait, oh, I'm starting to fall asleep, you know, like, because you're tracking your energy, right? And so you just this, if that's a helpful image for you, you try it. If not, you know, let it go. Anytime anybody wants to, I won't even say interrupt. You just, like, you know, jump in, let me know. But I'm going to keep moving as we are. So.
That right effort, to avoid unarisen, unwholesome states, unwholesome moods. It's helpful for me to think of those as habits, our defaults.
Yeah.
The things we identified in the first step,
Mhm.
you know, automatic reaction.
Yeah.
Versus building better.
Yeah. That's great. So mindfulness, this is again, a very traditional list, the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Body, feelings, mind states, dhammas. And this is more than we can cover, even if we spent the next 45 minutes on it, which I don't want to do, but this is really worthy. If you're interested in this topic, a very worthy subject to dive into separately. And so really the modern classic on this topic is the book called Satipatthana by Bhikkhu Analayo. So Bhikkhu Analayo was a student of Bhikkhu Bodhi, who Bhikkhu Bodhi says the student has exceeded the teacher. Bhikkhu Analayo is even more immersed in the sutras and translates, besides Pali, translates Chinese, Tibetan, and Sanskrit. And so he takes all these ancient scriptures and different versions and starts comparing them. It's kind of mind-blowing. But he has a beautiful book. Satipatthana is what we translate as mindfulness.
Can you spell that out?
Yeah, I was just going to do that. So it's what we translate as the 4 foundations of mindfulness. So sati is SATI, and that's the word we translate as mindfulness. Patthana is PATTHANA. And it's one word. So Satipatthana. And Bhikkhu Analayo, you know how to spell Bhikkhu because it's in the sutta you'll have. Analayo is ANALYO. Yeah. And he's written a couple books on the Satipatthana, but his first one is just called Satipatthana, the way to something, but Satipatthana. And it's kind of, it's a lot. It's almost too much. Like you have to take it in very small chunks. And some of it is just scholarly. And I was talking to someone about this yesterday. Who was I? Somebody, who's reading. Oh, it might have been Jerry. Anyway, sometimes he gets so deep into the here's the Chinese version, but the Sanskrit is this. And you're like, okay, no. And you can skip over that and get to the part where he's like, so this, when you should practice like this. So he's as well as being a great scholar, he's a very deep practitioner. He has wonderful courses that are put on by the Barry Center for Buddhist Studies that you can do online. He has a course on mindfulness, on the 4 foundations of mindfulness, and he has one on the mindfulness of breathing sutta as well. In any case, mindfulness of the body means, fairly obviously, the mindfulness of the sensations of the body, but also mindfulness of all the other senses, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching. It's mindfulness of the breath is part of mindfulness of the body. But in the sutta, the Buddha encourages a bunch of other things, including going to a cemetery not a cemetery. They had these places where people who couldn't afford to have a cremation, they just dumped their bodies, and the monks would go and watch the bodies rot as a way of letting go of lust. Like if you thought human bodies were attractive, just watch them rotting away.
Up in pieces first and then take them?
That I don't know. There is that thing they call sky burials in Tibet where they cut them up and then they feed them to the raptors. I don't think that was. I'm not sure if that was done in the early Buddhist stuff. In any case, there's certain things in there, and then there's the meditation in the 32 parts of the body, and you're like, okay, you're sitting there and you're thinking about your spleen and your liver, and I don't really get all that. So, you might find it helpful, and I only bring it up because, it's there. And these are the things where, if you're interested in Buddhism and what did the Buddha teach, it's interesting to see, oh, there's these things he taught that I don't feel like I can really use them. Although I've sat with a Burmese teacher who taught the 32 parts of the body a long time ago, and he was really into it. You know, a lot of people were doing it. I couldn't really connect. Anyway, you know, mostly body is breath, posture, and sensations. And there's a lot we can do with those three things, right? A lot. I mean, if you're familiar with Goenka, I mean, anybody ever done a Goenka retreat? So he was an Indian Buddhist who studied in Burma, and he developed he's the one who created the idea of a 10-day meditation retreat, as far as I know. And he teaches the sweeping meditation, right? Where you pay attention, you go through very slowly to the different parts of your body. It's what they do in MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction. But it's, you know, it's not exactly in the sutras, but it's sort of implied there. But again, the reason I bring it up is just like, oh, you can be creative with these teachings. You kind of go, oh, what would be a good way to do this? You know, and paying attention very carefully to the different sensations is really helpful. And there's a lot of emphasis in this sutta on impermanence, that your body is impermanent. And then feeling, which I talked a lot about yesterday, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. And what we can see is happening in the sutta is the Buddha is trying to help us to shift our perspective from it's my body and these are my feelings and this is my mind, to just see that it's a feeling. Don't think of it as you or yours. It's just a sensation. It's not your body. It's just a body. It's a thought. It's not your thought. It's just something passing through consciousness. So it says in the sutta, just pay attention to feeling as feeling. So meaning not personalizing it, not making a story about it. And it is really interesting, like particularly when you have a strong sensation in your body, you know, to just think, rather than going, oh, that really hurts, how that feels emotionally too, that's unpleasant. You know, it's just like a subtle way of using language or thought to alter the way you perceive something. So it's not so much of a problem. It was unpleasant. It was an unpleasant day, rather than my day sucked, you know, like it was unpleasant. You know, the weather yesterday, it was unpleasant. Although that really doesn't give it justice, do it justice. It was insane, but anyway.
Play it right.
You might as well be honest about it. But this idea of pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral, again, I think can be a helpful perspective to apply to your experience. You know, how are you feeling? It's kind of unpleasant. I'm having an unpleasant feeling, you know, rather than I'm just so miserable and depressed. Just, and it's not to try to, you know, paint over things, but to just see that. I mean, I'm a negative type of person, if that's not obvious. And it's very easy for me to kind of get sucked into a like negativity vortex, or it's like, you know, just miserable and like the world sucks and everything is horrible. And you know, you're in the airport. It's like, oh, I hate this so much, right? And it's like, and you know, you work yourself up, right? It's like a feedback loop you get going in yourself. It's like, you know, this is unpleasant. It's impermanent, and I'll be okay. You know, that's just like, oh yeah, that's all right. Let me just go get an iced tea, and I'll be okay.
That just reminds me
What?
right after the election.
That was very unpleasant.
I was in shock, and I read into something in the Buddhist something, and somebody said, well, one perspective, rather than saying how horrible it's going to be, we don't know.
Yeah.
It's possible just what if he just said, oh, it might or not.
You never know. Well, it's impermanent. I mean, eventually.
We don't know. We don't.
Yeah, pretty good idea.
But we don't know, it's just
Yeah.
a way to shift one's perspective, that it saved me about 6 weeks of misery and put me on with it.
Well, and there's also like, it's bad for a while and then maybe it'll get better after that, you know? I mean, it's not permanently, okay, so we became a fascist country and that was bad, but look what happened to Germany. They're doing great now. They had Hitler and the World War II and everything, but now, you know, they're great. So,
And there we go again.
sorry. Well, my friend, my Westnisker, a great teacher, you know, he's just such a wonderful teacher. And I remember him talking about, well, you know, I think it's time that America should just resign from being a superpower. So like, let's just resign. Let's just tell everybody we're resigning. We're not, because, you know, everything is impermanent. You know, empires rise and empires fall. I mean, the Roman Empire, now it's just Italy. You know, that's fine. It worked out fine for them. So we could be like that, you know. We could go from being, you know, the superpower to just, oh yeah, it's just America, you know.
Not great, just okay.
Of course, that took 1,000 years or so for that to unfold. I mean,
Permanent.
all right, mind states. The sutta again is sort of not quite what you would expect. And this is one of the things, again, you go into these suttas and you're sort of like, I know what mindfulness is. And then it's like, the Buddha never talks about, in this sutta anyway, emotions in the ordinary way that we do in our culture. It talks about sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, but mostly in terms of people dying. It doesn't really talk about like angst or depression or the kind of emotions that he talks a lot about anger. But anyway, with mind states, he doesn't talk about thoughts per se. He talks about, is it a lustful mind state? Is it a generous mind state? Is it a concentrated mind state? Is it a dispersed mind state? Is it contracted mind state, an uncontracted mind state? It's this sort of, well, I mean, it's difficult really to take it in. Sort of like, okay, I'm sitting here, I'm meditating. What is, rather than saying what's going on in my mind, to say what is my mind state or what is the mind state? Again, though, I would say that it's pointing away from the personal and trying to just see it as a state rather than, oh, these are my thoughts. Rather, it's, oh, what's happening in the mind is craving. What's happening in the mind is resistance. Yeah. So the fourth foundation of mindfulness, it becomes more and more difficult it starts with body, that's easy. By the time we get to dhammas, so I really should have had the sutta. I have it on my Kindle, but digging it up. The fourth foundation of mindfulness, he says, he gives us 5 lists, I believe. He says, be aware of the 5 hindrances, which I think probably many of you are familiar with, but I'll go through them. These are considered the impediments to concentration and thus to clarity: desire, aversion, sleepiness, restlessness, and doubt. I talked about them yesterday, right? So he said, be aware of them. Be aware of the 5 aggregates, which, all right, I'll run through them, but and you'll see that there's these connections, right? Body, feelings, perceptions, volitional formations, consciousness. So it's the 5 aggregates. Opening this door is madness, but the 5 aggregates are the aspects of our experience that create the illusion of a permanent self. And the Buddha asks us to deconstruct that self by seeing that it is made up of these 5 elements. Okay. I can't go really, but just to know that that's what it's about if you ever want to explore that. So he says, be aware of the 5 hindrances, the 5 aggregates, be aware of the 6 senses, and their objects, so be aware of the seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, smelling, and thinking, as well as being aware of sights, sounds, sensations, smells, tastes, and thoughts. So that's 3 lists. Hindrances, aggregates, senses. 4th is
Senses,
what?
senses, perceptions.
Senses and sense objects.
Yeah, senses, sense objects, and actually sense consciousness, but yeah. What?
That's all the same.
Senses and sense objects.
Yeah.
are the same.
No, they're 2 different things. You have eyes and then you see things.
The list of 6 senses and their objects is one.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's called the 6 sense bases. I know, I shouldn't get into this. Anyway, next is the 7 factors of enlightenment. I will. Mindfulness. Investigation of states. Energy. Joy. Tranquility. Concentration. Equanimity. Thought you were going to write them down, Karen. Did like too much. And then the last one is Four Noble Truths. So all of that, you don't have to know that, memorize that. What is going on here is the question, right? I thought we were practicing mindfulness, and then he's giving us this bunch of lists. So this is how I view this. The simple way to view this is see your experience through the lens of Dharma rather than through the lens of self. Look at your experience through the lens of Dharma rather than through the lens of self. So he's saying, like, you're having an experience where you can think, oh, I'm, really having fun, or let's do something, I'm having a delicious meal, right? Okay, that's happening. But if you look at it through Dharma, it's like there is pleasure and there is craving and there is suffering that's arising through the craving, right? I mean, not that the delicious meal creates suffering, but I'm trying to come up with something that portrays this shift of point of view, which, I mean, I've been talking about it kind of all weekend, but this is like how I view this process. Mindfulness is obviously valuable in and of itself, but what it's trying to do is to get us to see reality through the lens of Dharma rather than through the lens of self. That is to say, instead of taking things personally, I'm going to see that it's impermanent, it's not self, and it's unsatisfactory. So that's how, if you're a Dharma practitioner, when taking refuge, when you're taking refuge, what you're trying to do is say, my commitment is to try to live by truth, not to live by Kevin, not to live by ego. I'm not going to try to find happiness through accumulation or control, power, or pleasure. I'm going to try to find happiness by letting go, by being loving, by being generous. I'm going to try to live according to the Dharma. And I'm going to try to see reality through that lens. So every time we're like, oh, like we were just talking, like, oh, that election, that's horrible. Then I step back and I go, and the results are impermanent. And also I see that some people think it's great. So my view that it's horrible is just coming from my point of view. It's conditioned. It's not right or wrong. So it helps me to be able to make that shift. I can't do it in every moment. If I were enlightened, I would automatically see everything that way. But by immersing myself in the Dharma and practicing Dharma as much as I can, I tend to remember to make that shift more often than if I didn't, if I didn't try. So my effort at Refuge is to try to remember as often as possible what is really true, which is the word sati that we translate as mindfulness actually means remember. It's about memory. That's which is sort of odd because we think, well, I thought mindfulness was about being present. So there's different debates about why the word sati, why the Buddha would be using a word sati to define something that's about being present. But the way I view it, and this is just Kevin Dharma, so not Buddha Dharma, is I'm remembering to be present. I'm remembering the way things are. Because most of the time I forget, right? That's my conditioning, is to fall back into self-view, selfishness, craving. And then I remember, oh, wait, step out of that, right? So that's how I see the fourth foundation of mindfulness. It's trying to see the world and my experience through the lens of Dharma rather than through the lens of self. No comment? Oh, you will comment.
So basically how I interpret what you said, when you said, talk about remembering, kind of remembering who we really are.
Yeah.
Who we really are, because all the other stuff that we've just gathered since birth is just extraneous bullshit, right? So who we really are is our human nature. So.
And that's a risky viewpoint, and certainly many Buddhists use that language. The problem, my concern with that is that it suggests that there is some solid self, that I really am that. And I hear very, just more knowledgeable, more experienced Buddhist teachers use that language, but I find it a little troubling because it suggests that there is some kind of a self it's not really me, but it's who I really am. Like, I mean, I know what you're talking about, and we have to be careful that we don't think there is this like self over there that's my real self. To me, it's more about, as you expressed, stripping away or turning away from all the conditioning and getting, well, what's left, and what's left, to me is this mind body that encounters the world. And what? Isn't that something? Yeah, but it doesn't have identity. It's not stable. The mind is constantly, that consciousness, the mind and body are constantly changing. There's nothing, that it's just, the point is that when you get to that, when you strip away the hindrances, when you strip away the conditioning, that there can be this pure perception of the world, but pure perception doesn't really have language, so you're not constructing something, it's still a deconstruction process. I'm maybe a little over my head here, so let me just do right concentration, because I'm going to really quickly give you the second sutta, just to really screw with you in a very loving way. So right concentration, concentration is one of the most controversial aspects of Buddhist meditation. There's been a debate for literally thousands of years about how much concentration you need in order to become enlightened. But we can certainly say that concentration allows you to sustain mindfulness. And it's through sustaining mindfulness that we are able to penetrate into reality, to see things clearly, and thus to attain right view, to get back to the, but and concentration takes time, which is one of the reasons why, most people who take a mindfulness class, most of the time they're just dealing with the hindrances. They're just mostly dealing with their thoughts and their restlessness, and they don't get to a place of real stability. But concentration is where the real pleasure is. There's deep, deep pleasure that can come through deep states of concentration. It just takes a lot of time. So, so people are like, well, I'm going to go on a 3-month retreat so that I can get to this deep state of pleasure. And it's like, okay, that's wrong intention there, to grasp after it. So it's very tricky because it's so pleasurable that it's natural that people are like, want to get it. And certainly I go for periods where I'm like, I really could use a retreat right now because my meditation has lost all its concentration and thus its pleasure. So I go on a retreat and it's like, you settle into this beautiful state and you like hang out there, and then ding, retreat's over, and then it gradually dissipates. So it's a tricky thing.
For the approved non-fattening addiction.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but it's even, they're actually, I listed the 4 jhanas. I say there are many teachers who feel that it's risky learning those concentration practices because they become addictive. People they're grasping after that, and they're, instead of trying to develop insight, they're just trying to get that pleasure.
Jack Canfield talks.
What?
Jack Canfield talks about getting it.
Yeah. All right, very quickly, because we only have 15 minutes. Let's take one for myself. Yeah. Here, let me just hand these over to you guys over here. So the sutta we're looking at is on page 901. And I'm just going to do this very quickly, hopefully, if I can do anything quickly, which is unlikely. So it's the one that says the characteristic of non-self. And this, it is said, is the second sutta the Buddha taught. So guess where we are, and guess who's there? Thus have I heard. On one occasion, the Blessed One was dwelling at Varanasi in the deer park at Isipatana. There, the Blessed One addressed the bhikkhus of the group of 5. So that's the exact same opening as the other sutta, if you notice. So it's the same group. So after the Buddha comes there to teach them, they hang out for a while. And he gives teachings, and there's commentaries that say that a couple of the monks would go into the nearby village in the morning and collect alms, and they would bring alms, which is food, and they would come back then and share the food. But it was like they basically sat with the Buddha for weeks, and he just gave teachings to them. So this is the second one that's recorded. So I'm just going to read some of this, and I'm going to actually maybe read some of the add some of it where there would be an ellipse. Bhikkhus, form is non-self. For if bhikkhus, form or self, this form would not lead to affliction, and it would be possible to have it of form. Let my form be thus, let my form not be thus. And the way to do this one is flip it over like that, because I didn't copy it right. But because form is non-self, form leads to affliction, and it is not possible to have it of form. Let my form be thus, let my form not be thus. So again, the language is like some kind of weird 19th century philosophical tome. So form is not self, because if it were self, you'd be able to, if your body were yourself, that's what he's saying, then you'd be able to say, I want to look this way. I want my body to be like this. He's saying self, if it's a self, then you have, if it's your, in other words, he defines self as something you own and can control. So we don't, everybody's not going to agree that that defines self, but that's what the Buddha says defines self, that if it's you, if it belongs to you, then you can control it. He compares it to slavery, actually, which is sort of unfortunate, but so if it, if it were self, then I'd be able to say, let my form be thus, let me look like this, let me feel like this, right? And so then he goes through the other 4 of the 5 aggregates. Feeling is non-self. If because feeling were self, this feeling would not lead to affliction. So if it were my feeling, I'd be in control. I wouldn't get angry. I wouldn't get depressed. I wouldn't get, anxious. I'd feel the way I want to feel all the time. If it were mine, if I controlled my feelings, if I owned my feelings, I would be able to say, let my feelings be thus, let my feelings be thus. Perception is non-self. So again, I can't control how I perceive things. It's just, and so then he goes on to say, is form permanent or impermanent? You see this like a couple paragraphs down. Impermanent. Is what is impermanent suffering or happiness? Suffering. Is what is impermanent suffering and subject to change, fit to be recorded, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. So again, he goes through all the aggregates, saying that each of these things is impermanent. Body, feelings, perception, which is the naming quality, volitional formations, which is the intentional quality, consciousness, the knowing quality. They're all impermanent. And because they are impermanent, they can't provide you with lasting happiness or satisfaction. There's no thought, there's no feeling, there's no state of mind that can provide you with lasting, permanent satisfaction. So by his definition, it is thereby it is unsatisfactory, which is the word he uses the word dukkha. He calls that suffering. It's frustrating. You have a nice feeling and you're like, I'd really like to feel like this all the time, and thus we start to drink every day, right? Because I want to feel like that all the time, but it doesn't work because it's impermanent. Your body and it reacts to the alcohol differently at different times, and it evolves, and it's just, you can't stay, and you can't get to a certain level of intoxication and just stay there. You're either going down or you're going up, right? It's impermanent, so it's frustrating. So all these things are because they are impermanent and suffering. He says, then it's not yours. It's not you. You can't define yourself by something that's constantly changing, is unstable. It's not. What are you saying is you? Are you saying your thoughts are you? Well, which thought? Have you ever watched your mind? There's thousands of thoughts coming and going. Some of them disagree with each other. Which one is you? Is your body you? Well, is that the body you have right now or the body you had when you were 5 years old? Is this feeling you? So thus he says, he's kind of like, what are you defining as yourself? And and the thing is that we still feel as if there's a self, because we have this point of view, we have this perspective. I have memories. It seems like I am part of something that's a stream that's it's been changing, but it's been me all along, right? But that's just a perception. That's just the way it feels. If you analyze what's been going on, there's nothing that's been continuously going on. You know, the consciousness itself is changing all the time. It's brilliant, and yet it's tough to really take in. You know, and certainly people resist it because it's such a threat to our view of reality. Because it's like, you mean I don't exist? No, we're not saying that. Sure, you exist. Here you are. Nobody's, you've got an ID, you've got a social security number. You might not ever collect on that, but that's another issue. Sorry. But, you know, there's a body, there's perception, all this is happening. But your view of it as a solid thing that exists, that has some permanence and can be defined in some terms, is a construction. It's not really, there's nothing stable there. And so why do we care? I mean, is that just a philosophical question? No. I shall answer myself. No, because what he's getting at is that the fact that you feel like, the fact that you have this idea of a self and you cling to it means that you're in conflict with reality, which is why you're frustrated so much of the time, because I'm hungry now, I'm sick, you know, I'm having this feeling, all these things are happening that I don't want happening, and I'm trying to make them happen. And, you know, the world isn't operating the way I want it to operate. So I'm in this constant struggle to hold things together and to get the things I need and to get rid of the things I don't want. And rather than just going, oh, this is how it is. Things are impermanent. It's okay. The car broke down. It's natural. That's just the Dharma unfolding. My roof blew off. That's the Dharma unfolding. It's not, oh my God, what am I going to do? I don't have any insurance anymore. You know, it's just things are as they are. I'm gonna live with that. I'm not going to be disturbed by that. I'm not going to be fighting to like hold things together. So it's a very demanding. I mean, this path is, you know, is very challenging. It's profound. But there's this freedom that comes from it. And when you hear people talk about meeting people like Ajahn Chah, who's the black and white picture on the right side, he's the Thai forest master, and many people believe that he was an arhat, that he was fully enlightened. And they said that being around him, there was this sense of empty, that there was an emptiness, even though it was it was joyful and also a very strict teacher with his monks, you know, wise, extremely generous with his time and his energy. But there was never a sense of like him being caught anywhere or stuck in anything. Like there was just a feeling around him of freedom. And that's you know, that's the model, that's the vision of enlightenment, of being free, not being that suffering doesn't arise for you because you're not attached anywhere. You're not attached on the mental level, on the ego level, on the physical level, on the emotional level. It's just letting go.
It's so easy to believe this, you know, because it's spelled out and it's like, oh yeah, that is true. And the carrot of being toward enlightenment is quite great. Why can't we do it?
Well, my simple answer to that is because we're so deeply conditioned otherwise, you know, because grasping is required for survival, right? So, and clinging, you know, those are needed for survival. So how do you know, take care of yourself and maintain your survival without getting caught in a ego-centered grasping? It takes a lot of practice. But I will say that as beautiful as the image of like the perfectly enlightened one is, anybody who does this practice has had moments of letting go where they've sensed like, oh yeah, right. And indeed, you know, sobriety, recovery is a path of letting go. And we've all had that experience of freedom that comes when you're not trapped anymore in this addictive behavior. So we know these things. They're not unfamiliar to us. and yeah, when you practice meditation, go on a retreat, you'll sit here today, you have moments of it, you taste it. So it's not like it's something far off. It's here. It's just to be able to have this breakthrough where you're conscious. I mean, the way I understand this is that there's a breakthrough in consciousness where you're just no longer seeing things that way. And you're no longer seeing things through the lens of self. You're just seeing everything through the lens of Dharma. And I do again compare this to recovery. Like I had this breakthrough where the things that I thought I needed and I indeed wanted on a regular basis completely fell away. I lost all interest in them. Like I had no interest in taking drugs and drinking once I stopped. And that's a real transformation of consciousness. And it's very similar to not having any interest in ego gratification or in pursuing sense pleasure or wealth or power. Just that letting go, seeing, they call it disenchantment, which is a great term, and it really fits for people in recovery. Like it's like we're under the spell of our addiction, under the spell of the drugs and alcohol or food or sex or whatever it is. And then at some point, the prince kisses us, or however, maybe you get a princess, it could be non-binary, but we get kissed by wisdom and the dust falls from our eyes and it just doesn't mean anything to us anymore. I mean, don't you feel that sometimes you see people drinking, you're like, what do they do? Do you ever have that moment and you're like, it's weird they're doing, like, what? Especially you see a drunk person, you're like, you're in that state voluntarily, right? Like you wanted that, right? Like it just doesn't, when the dust falls from your eyes, you just see the world differently, you experience it differently. It's a different reality. And so you can imagine that can happen around self and this broader idea of enlightenment. So.
We have. Just thinking, eating those ribs last night, I'm thinking, oh, actually eating that on purpose.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah. Well, we should wrap it up. Let's just do a dedication and a gratitude practice for a moment. May our practice together today and this weekend be of benefit to ourselves, to those we love, and to all beings. May we develop wisdom, compassion, insight that touches everyone we encounter. We don't practice merely for our own edification, but in order to bring these qualities to the world, to bring wisdom and love to the world, to be part of the transformation of the world, the awakening of the world. We recognize that we are part of the lineage of Dharma, coming from the Buddha as the great teacher, and carried on generation to generation by the devoted followers and practitioners who've kept these teachings alive for some 2,600 years, so that we are the grateful recipients of these teachings. And as such, we are also responsible for, it is this generation that must sustain the teachings for the next generation. So may we be part of that carrying on of this tradition. And particularly to acknowledge that this center and its community is a gift to all of us. People who started this center, those who have sustained it, and those who will carry it forward. May all beings find peace and wisdom. May all beings be free from addictive craving, addictive behaviors. May all beings be free from suffering. All right. Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much for inviting me, and all of you for all your hard work this weekend. It was really a great visit for me, and really grateful for all of you showing up. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Yes.
And I'd like to thank the guests for visiting, and we meet on Sundays at 1 o'clock. And for those of us who are members of the Sangha, you could hold on for 10 minutes or so. We need to put this place back together for our 7 o'clock colleagues and the 300 group. So the folding chairs go behind that sliding thing, and see it go over there, and then you'll see what's left.
Oh.
And if you have a question,
Wherever you want to.
Yeah.
It's been well.